Chapter 824. Eugene had experienced countless battles in her life. As one of the most powerful half-orcs in history, Eugene the Ascender had faced countless powerful enemies in her life. She had escaped from death more than once or twice, and she had been beaten to the brink of death more than once. This kind of battle experience far exceeded that of other professions, which gave Eugene the Ascender too many abilities, and legendary endurance was undoubtedly one of the most important legendary abilities. Although Eugene was very old, and was about to reach the end of her life, the legendary abilities that she had honed through countless battles still gave her the ability to be immune to instant death damage. Being directly hit in the heart by the Shadow Lord didn't kill her, but it did cause a lot of damage to her. This was the terrifying ability of a melee fighter in the later stages. Some of the pure-blooded legendary warriors had epic strength, legendary tenacity, perfect constitution, and so on. Even if their hearts were taken out, they would still be able to stand tall, let alone be pierced through by the enemy. At this time, they were no longer ordinary people, and their weak points were no longer fatal. Just like Eugene now, although she was continuously bleeding, she could still continue to fight until her life force was exhausted. Rage. The fatal damage caused Eugene to enter a state of rage. Her eyes turned red, and blue veins appeared on her burly body like earthworms. Her tough muscles sealed the wound, and even though her heart was pierced, blood didn't continue to flow out of her wound. This kind of physical control was something that even Soren couldn't compare to. Eugene had developed the potential of his physical body to a jaw-dropping level. There was only one way to directly kill a top war shaman like him in the war material plane, and that was to chop off her head. Of course, Eugene wouldn't let the Shadow Lord chop off her head, and Soren and Princess Royal wouldn't give the Shadow Lord such a chance either. At this moment, Eugene was like a rock standing upright. She held the Shadow Lord's Godslayer tightly with both hands, and at the same time, the half-orc ancestor soul behind her turned from an incorporeal body to a real body, holding a strange spear in its hand and stabbing towards the Shadow Lord. He was ready to risk his life. When the heart was stabbed, even a god in the form of a saint would not be able to hold on for too long. Although Eugene was still standing, he would quickly enter a state of near death with the loss of his vitality. We can't wait any longer. Soren didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. If Eugene was killed by the Shadow Lord, things would be very bad for them. Without hesitation, Soren pulled out a long sword that was surrounded by holy light. There was a sharp pain. The pain was even worse than when Soren used the Holy Avenger, because he was holding the divine weapon, Pale Justice. Justice. The divine gear's repulsion towards Soren was even stronger. Even with the omnipotent hands, he was unable to counteract the pain that seeped into his soul. A silver-white light appeared. Soren held the silver sword of Gith in one hand and Pale Justice in the other. He instantly entered slaughter form and rushed directly to the Shadow Lord in front of him. Greater haste. Perfect dual-wielding battle. Whirlwind. Under the storm-like attack, Soren's whole body turned into a shadow. Only the real Ki could be seen raging out. The holy light and the silver-white light turned into a sky curtain that directly covered Shadow Lord. It was not the Holy Avenger. In this kind of battle, Soren did not choose the Holy Avenger because it was a two-handed greatsword. Using it forcibly would not be able to exert his true combat power. However, Pale Justice was different. It was a one-handed long sword, which perfectly matched Soren's dual-wielding ability. Only Pale Justice could let Soren exert the legendary ability of perfect dual-wielding battle, and increase his attack speed to the limit in an instant. Dang. 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 Little sparks appeared wildly. Shadow Lord's expression seemed to have a trace of horror, because he felt severe pain when he was hit by Soren. This is... Shadow Lord's voice seemed to have a trace of panic. He said, Pale Justice. How is it possible? As an evil god, how can you use Pale Justice? Soren did not answer, because at the moment he was also tortured by a kind of pain in his soul. As one of the most powerful artifacts in the material plane, Pale Justice was very repulsive to him. That was to say, he could still use it forcibly. If it were someone else, the holy damage would have severely injured the user. In more serious cases, it might directly change a person's alignment and cause them to be distorted. Icebound Kingdom. Princess Royal finally released the spell that she had been preparing for a long time. The surrounding space was completely blocked at once. A trace of the aura of the kingdom of God emerged. The power of the shadow realm was covered, and Soren's divine power was also suppressed. Princess Royal's figure was suspended in midair, and there were pieces of crystal snowflakes falling around her body. Her eyes were a trace of golden divine light, and her whole person looked like a snow goddess in the cold winter. She raised her hand and pointed at Shadow Lord in front of her. And then the surging power of snow swept out like a torrent. Frost emerged. Unlike the frost that had already appeared on the ground, this time, the Shadow Lord's body was also covered in frost. He was an energy body in the form of a shadow. According to normal theory, this form of body could not be affected by the power of ice, but what happened now subverted this point. Shadow Lord's twisted body was freezing little by little. In the blink of an eye, his whole body was covered with a layer of frost. His body, which was almost immune to physical attacks, was also forcibly turned into a solid ice sculpture. Divine shock wave. How could Soren give up such a good opportunity? All the divine power in his body was squandered in an instant, directly turned into a pure shock wave, enveloping Shadow Lord in it. Shadow Lord had no physical body, so Princess Royal used her divine power to mobilize the power of ice and snow to create a physical body for him. And as long as he had a physical body, then under Soren's storm-like attacks, there was no possibility that he would not be broken. Crack! Cracks appeared on the body of Shadow Lord. His whole body shattered like an ice sculpture. The originally twisted shadow body was torn apart, and then a group of twisted shadows appeared. After Soren completely tore it apart, they still gathered little by little, as if they wanted to put the body together again. Divine shockwave. Ice fortress. Ancestral spirit possession. The broken body of Shadow Lord was gradually recovering, but how could Soren and the others give the enemy a chance to resurrect? Without any hesitation, the three of them activated their own divine power at the same time. Princess Royal waved her hand, and the shadow of a fortress appeared. It was a magnificent castle made of ice, standing on the top of a snowy mountain. It was not a physical existence, but more like a palace belonging to her in a certain country. The soul of Shadow Lord was instantly suppressed. The shadow energy that was about to gather together suddenly froze. The body of Eugene the Divine Ascender merged with all the ancestral spirits. At this moment, there was a divine light on his body. The power of the half-orc ancestral spirits forced him into a temporary divine form. Then he condensed a spear of divine power out of thin air, and threw it directly at Shadow Lord. Boom! There was a violent explosion. Soren's divine shockwave and Eugene's spear of ancestral spirits erupted at the same time. The huge divine power completely tore apart the soul of Shadow Lord, and also turned his gradually gathering body into nothing. A little bit of golden light appeared. As the soul of Shadow Lord was torn apart, the Godslayer fell with a clang, followed by a burst of divine power. The most dazzling divine light rushed toward Soren's body. The other part of the power that represented the luck domain surged towards the eldest princess. Although Shadow Lord was in charge of the shadow domain, he also had the luck domain. This power could not be absorbed by Soren or Eugene. In the end, it was all integrated into Princess Royal's body. Eugene's body was also surrounded by golden divine power. The three of them had the power of gods, so they could naturally absorb divine power. A row of data appeared in front of them. Killed Shadow Lord. Intermediate divine power. Extracting target's soul energy. You've received 45,25,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 80 divine power. Target has divine power. Extracting target's divine power. You've received 60 divine power. Domain fusion. Shadow domain has been upgraded. You've mastered the shadow domain. Domain fusion. Wanderer, domain activated. You've mastered the thief domain. Domain fusion. You've received information about the crafty domain. You've received information about the crafty domain. You've received information about the crafty domain. You've mastered a new domain ability, crafty. Domain fusion. You've received information about the darkness domain. A series of crazy data appeared. With the gathering of a huge amount of divine power, Soren's figure suddenly became hazy. He had the Wanderer domain. Now that he had successfully killed the Shadow Lord, the Shadow domain immediately began to fuse with him. The power of this domain was so huge. Even when Soren had just fused with it, it had completely suppressed his original main domain, Half-Elf. The power of the divine power had tilted, and Soren's main domain was shifting from Half-Elf to Shadow and Wanderer. P.S. Everyone can follow Futa's public WeChat account. Pirated readers can also support him through the account. Chapter 825. The power of the Shadow Lord was very powerful. As one of the old gods that had existed for thousands of years, the Shadow Lord's clergies were Shadow, Theft, and Rogue. The power of these three clergies was very compatible with Soren. Needless to say, the Shadow Lord's clergy was naturally very powerful. Theft and Rogue were even completely complementary to the Rogue clergy. So Soren absorbed the power of these three clergies very easily. Among them, the Rogue clergy was directly integrated into the Rogue clergy, because Rogue was originally a basic profession in the Rogue class. As for the Theft clergy, it was completely an extension of the clergy. Soren could integrate this clergy without any difficulty. Next was the power of the Shadow Lord's domain. As a cunning god, the Shadow Lord had always been stealing the power of other domains. Why did the Lady of the Night want to kill him? Not only because the Shadow Lord had the Shadow clergy, but more importantly, he also had the Darkness domain. So why did the Queen of Spiders also want to kill the Shadow Lord? The reason was simple. In addition to the Darkness domain, the Shadow Lord also had the Crafty domain and the Luck domain. Incredible. In fact, as early as the birth of the Twin of Destiny, many gods had stolen the power of the Twin of Destiny. There were also many gods who had the Luck domain. As for the Crafty domain, it was needless to say. This was a powerful battle domain. The Queen of Spiders had always wanted to make up for her Crafty domain and directly promote it to the level of a clergy. Now that Soren had mastered the Crafty domain, he could directly remove the curse effect on the High Priest when he went back. Other than that, the Shadow Lord also had the Evil domain, but the power of this domain was not absorbed by Soren. The reason was simple. Eugene the Divine was even more evil than Soren. Princess Royal's alignment was neutral good, while Soren's alignment was lawful evil. The Shadow Lord's alignment was neutral evil, and the Divine, Eugene's alignment was neutral evil. The original Eugene should be very close to lawful evil, but after absorbing the power of the Lesser Demon Lord, his alignment had begun to deviate towards chaotic evil. In other words, Eugene was more compatible with the power of the evil domain than Soren. In terms of the degree of evil, Soren should be around 50 points, while Eugene had slaughtered a large number of half-elves and started many wars. Therefore, Eugene's evil deviation should be more than 300 points. There was no doubt that Eugene was much more evil than Soren. In that case, Eugene's compatibility with the evil realm was much higher than Soren's. The same part of the power that belonged to the evil realm was naturally transferred to Eugene. Eugene's harvest was also very rich. It wasn't just the power of divinity and domain. More importantly, with the death of the Shadow Lord, a part of his divinity had been transferred to Eugene along with the evil domain. He was now only one step away from becoming a god with the priesthood of Half-Orc. Clang. Following the death of the Shadow Lord, the first thing Soren did was to throw out Pale Justice. Whoosh! Soren stood still and took a deep breath. He then looked at his palm, which was already charred black. The battle didn't last long, but his palm was severely burned by the holy power. Pale Justice was much more powerful than the Holy Avenger. It was also less tolerant of evil. Soren was constantly receiving damage from it, and he was losing more than 10 holy damage every second. If the battle had dragged on any longer, he would have been heavily injured by this sword. The surroundings were dead silent. There was no time to talk. Although the three of them had successfully killed the Shadow Lord, Eugene was already in a state of near death. The situation was a bit strange. Princess Royal's expression seemed to be a bit hesitant. She had been silently observing Soren's expression. Eugene's expression was a bit more anxious. Her heart was pierced by the Shadow Lord during the battle. Although she was able to kill the Shadow Lord in the end, her strength was now less than 30%. In other words, Eugene was now very weak. As a tragic historical figure, Eugene's lifespan was about to reach its end. However, the Avatar crisis gave her an important opportunity. That was, she could seize this opportunity to become a god and completely get rid of the limit of her lifespan. Now the Shadow Lord was dead. As long as Eugene was given some time, she could successfully become a god. But the premise was that she was still alive. The atmosphere became very strange. Although no one spoke, they all realized one thing. That was, the contract between Soren and Eugene had been completed. At this time, if Soren turned hostile, it would be easy to kill Eugene, whose heart was severely injured and was about to die. Eugene didn't speak. As a legendary figure who struggled from the bottom to the present, although she was now seriously injured and dying, she didn't express her allegiance or other intentions to beg Soren to let her go. She just waited quietly, waiting to see how Soren would deal with her, who was now seriously injured and dying. Eugene had her own pride. She had led the half-orcs all the way to the present, and she was undoubtedly a strong person with strong beliefs. Soren was also facing a choice at this moment. Kill Eugene. Let Eugene go. If he killed Eugene, there was almost no difficulty now. He could get a lot of slaughter EXP and take away a lot of divinity, including the evil realm that had just been absorbed by Eugene. However, in this way, Soren would also go back on his original promise. Although the effect of the contract had been completed after killing the Shadow Lord, he would have to pay the price of a little shift in alignment. But this price was completely incomparable to the gain. Killing Eugene could make Soren continue to improve his power. Time passed little by little. Soren didn't hesitate for too long. He slowly walked toward Eugene. When the old and determined half-orc in front of him saw him approaching, he obviously became nervous and could not help but clench the white bone spear with divine power. It was impossible to say that she was not worried. If Soren went back on his promise at this time, then all of Eugene's efforts would be in vain. Greater restoration. Soren gave Eugene the answer with action. He did not launch an attack, but used the remaining divine power to cast greater restoration on Eugene. Of course, it was easy to kill Eugene at this time. But Soren was also a man with his own beliefs. He had his own bottom line, and his promise was more effective than the devil's contract. Since he had promised to cooperate with Eugene, he would never break his promise. Soren chose to give up. He gave up the temptation of a lot of slaughter EXP and the power of divinity in Eugene. He chose to follow his promise. Because he was a man with a bottom line. Even as a god, he maintained his own principles. He would not kill Eugene. At least not now. Maybe in the future, the two would have conflicts in the Avatar crisis, causing Soren and Eugene to fight again, but at least he would never kill Eugene now, because this was what he had promised. At this moment, Soren seemed to have gained a kind of sublimation. This kind of improvement was not in power, but in spirit and faith. He resisted the temptation of the power increase brought by killing Eugene. This kind of spiritual and faith combination made Soren feel extraordinary. It was as if the spirit had been sublimated to a certain extent, and then merged with something very mysterious. At this moment, a row of data appeared. Law fusion. You have gained some information about the order domain. All of this happened at the moment when Soren gave up on killing Eugene. A row of data suddenly appeared. Soren had gained information about the order domain, and Princess Royal, who had been silently observing him not far away, could not help but smile. No matter what. Even if she hated Eugene, she did not want Soren to suddenly kill him at this time. Because this kind of behavior was not what she wanted to see. P.S. Third update. I finished this paragraph in one breath. Chapter 826. His words and deeds were in harmony. When Soren finally made his decision, he suddenly had an illusion that he was in harmony with some kind of law, and then felt the power of some kind of law. No. This was not an illusion, because when he received the information from the order domain, Soren knew that he really felt the power of the law this time. And it was a very powerful order domain. All this time, Soren's promise was the most important thing in the outer islands. Why were so many pirates willing to follow Soren and risk their lives for him? Why didn't they even frown? Wasn't it because Soren was a man of his word? And he was a man of his word. This was order. But this kind of order was not enough because it did not have enough weight. After all, pirates were only mortals, and Soren was able to resist the temptation to kill Eugene, and chose to keep his promise. Then the meaning was completely different. Even if Soren killed Eugene, it would only shift his alignment slightly, and it would not shift to neutral evil. At most it would shift from order to chaos by 30 to 50 points. But the benefits of killing Eugene were very shocking: millions of slaughter EXP, and a lot of divinity and quintessence. The benefits and the price were not on the same level. But Soren still held on to his beliefs, and at this moment, his spirit seemed to have been sublimated. He suddenly thought of Father Oak, and understood why he sacrificed himself to save the natural world. Gods. Especially gods who had mastered certain laws. They were not only the executors of certain laws, but they were also the maintainers of such laws. So the Father Oak chose to sacrifice himself. He chose to use his life to protect the laws of nature. In the words of the Eastern world, the path that the Father Oak chose was sacrifice. The Father Oak was definitely not dead. Soren's understanding at this moment was not something that mere divinity and quintessence could bring, because the understanding in his heart directly opened up a broad path, and also allowed him to understand the root of greater divine power. This path might even lead to a greater divine power. The order was Soren's choice. At this moment, he was enlightened, and a huge door was opened in his heart. A very ancient and powerful law of power was branded in the depths of his soul. Order. From today onwards, Soren would become the enforcer and protector of order. Although he was from the lawful evil faction in the past, it was only now that he had truly touched upon the roots of the law of order. The order of all things, the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Soren spoke slowly, but no one understood what he was saying because he wasn't speaking in the common language. It wasn't even the language of any of the races in this world, because Soren was speaking Chinese. However, everyone present understood this sentence because the power of the gods was called language proficiency. As soon as Soren finished speaking, suddenly, the space around them began to vibrate. Then, a golden light descended from the sky and entered Soren's body, the power of the law. This was the light of divinity, and it also brought Soren's understanding of order. After hearing Soren's words, Princess Royal couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and Eugene's expression seemed to be a little confused. But this was not the most important thing, because when Soren received this divinity, many of the gods in the order camp seemed to have sensed it, and they immediately looked up in the direction of Soren. At this moment, they knew that the gods in the order camp had one more enforcer: chaos and order. For a long time, the gods had been maintaining the operation of the multiverse, and the balance of the entire multiverse was created by the collision of chaos and order. Congratulations! Princess Royal gently came in front of Soren and congratulated him with a smile. It seems that you will become a greater divine power, sooner or later. I'm afraid that the gods in the pantheon will change in the future. Although Princess Royal couldn't understand Soren's language, she could understand the meaning behind it. Soren's meaning had already proved that he was interested in the most basic of laws. Basically, the gods who could obtain something in this domain would eventually become greater divine power. Soren smiled and nodded. Then he waved his hand and picked up the Godslayer. The sword fell into his hand, and a strange blood-red light appeared. Then Soren felt a familiar bloodline power enter his body. This was the power of slaughter. The Godslayer still had Baal's divinity left on it, and perhaps it was because of this that it could be preserved. A row of data appeared in front of him. Discovered the remaining divinity of the god of slaughter. Do you want to absorb it? Absorbing it may cause damage to the Godslayer. Without any hesitation, Soren chose to absorb it. The next moment, the Godslayer exploded with a dazzling divine light. This power all entered Soren's body, and the light on the Godslayer became weaker and weaker. In the end, there was only a trace of the divine weapon's light left. At this moment, a row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Absorbed the divinity of the god of slaughter. The god slayer is severely damaged. The slaughter domain has been upgraded. You have been promoted from Son of Slaughter to Divine Son of Slaughter. You have obtained part of the information of the slaughter domain. The power of the god slayer completely dissipated. All the divine light on it merged into Soren's body, and in the end, the god slayer almost became an ordinary weapon. However, a powerful force emerged from Soren's body. That was the power of slaughter. He extracted the divinity of the god of slaughter, Baal, from the god slayer, and used it to promote himself to the divine son of slaughter. He also obtained the information of the slaughter domain, a top-grade divine weapon in the material plane, in exchange for the information of the slaughter domain. Soren did not know if it was worth it or not. However, he relied on his identity as the son of slaughter to start his career. Strictly speaking, the potential of the slaughter domain was much higher than the shadow domain. The shadow domain was a domain. However, the slaughter domain belonged to the top-grade battle domain. More importantly, the slaughter domain belonged to the core domain of the three death gods. This domain could be related to one of the origins of the multiverse. The Shadow Master was dead. The next step was much easier. The matter of taking over the Shadow Church and the Shadow Thieves Guild could be left to the High Priest. The most important thing for Soren now was to gather energy and break through to intermediate divine power in one go. Currently, his divinity had reached 222 points, and his divinity had reached 112 points. The Shadow Master and Soren's compatibility was too high. The amount of divinity and divinity absorbed after killing it far exceeded Soren's estimation. It was no wonder that the other gods liked to attack enemies with similar domains. Chapter 827. The reward for killing the Shadow Lord was amazing. Soren's legendary points, which hadn't increased for a long time, suddenly increased by 50 points. Because of the God Slayer, his legendary points had now reached an astonishing 200 points. God Slayer, Soren epic background ability. You have successfully killed the Shadow Lord. After killing the god of the hunt, you have killed another ancient god. Your name has spread throughout the multiverse. Whether it's Mountain Paradise, the Bottomless Abyss, or the Bator Inferno, all the gods now know of your existence. They have a trace of respect for you and dare not easily make an enemy out of you. At the same time, your faith has begun to spread in the shadow plane. Legendary points plus 100, intimidation plus 200, negotiation plus 100. All of your trials of resistance will have an additional 2 God Slayer points. After Soren had successfully killed another god, his intimidation skill had surpassed his stealth ability. Soren's stealth was currently at 505 points, but his intimidation had reached 575 points, and his negotiation had reached 465 points. This was obviously a series of reactions, which meant that Soren's voice in the multiverse, especially among the gods, was now much more powerful than before. This kind of improvement was obtained through killing. Naturally, Soren didn't need to be responsible for the rest of the work. He only needed to wait for his subordinates to report it. However, before Princess Royal left, she said something very interesting to Soren. At that time she said, "Have you ever considered to be neutral?" The king of the dead, Clemvox, was transferred to the neutral camp. If you do the same, I'm sure you'll have fewer enemies and avoid a lot of trouble. This sentence had a deep meaning. Princess Royal's camp was neutral good. In order to match the power of the goddess of snow and northern wind, she would most likely change her camp after she became a god in the future. Of course, the active camp change was much better than the passive camp change. The belief of the goddess of snow was spread all over the cold regions. There were believers of the evil camp and believers of the good camp. Therefore, Princess Royal's camp would definitely be neutral in the future. It was very likely that she wanted to change to the neutral camp. This way, as a new god, she would be able to avoid the confrontation between the evil and the good. Obviously, she also hoped that her relationship with Soren would be better after she became a god. At least, it wouldn't cause too serious of a conflict after she became a god. However, It was still a little presumptuous for her to say this personally. After all, the camp of the gods was not something that outsiders could interfere with. Soren was not suitable to change his camp at the moment. Instead of taking the initiative, it was better to let nature take its course, because he already had a clear direction in his heart. As for how his actions would affect the world in the end, he would leave this camp change to the multiverse, and see what kind of feedback would be given to him. As for the king of the dead mentioned by Princess Royal, this was obviously an artificial camp change balance. A day passed in a blink of an eye. The conflict between Mordor City and the Shadow Church was basically over. Soren's victory meant that the Shadow Church would be annexed by Mordor City, and the Shadow Thieves Union would also be transferred to Mordor City. It was just that a lot of blood would be shed to clean up the situation. Soren's victory meant that all the rogues in Mordor City would get a chance to improve their strength. After Soren completely integrated the Shadow Priesthood, these rogues could directly access the Shadow Domain, and their own stealth and shadow abilities would be improved a lot. Moreover, Soren's priests and fanatics could directly obtain the legendary ability, Shadow Domain, after reaching the legendary realm. The improvement of the power of the gods could be fed back to the believers. The more priesthood domains Soren mastered, the more domains the believers could access, and their overall strength would be stronger than others. Maybe it was because of Soren's fighting style. Over the years, the direction of the rogues in Mordor City had also changed. First of all, the number of rogues who had advanced to Shadow Dancer had increased a lot, and then the fighting style was equivalent to the stealth, assassination, and sneak attack of the past. Currently, the rogues in Mordor City preferred to train the ability to dodge, parry, move, and so on. If you saw a person who was agile fighting with a burly warrior in the training ground of Mordor, you didn't have to doubt anything. This was definitely not an agile warrior, but an orthodox rogue. Soren's wild fighting style had changed the fighting style of the rogues below. Moreover, the rise of Soren meant that the rogues were not without the ability to fight head-on. Under the guidance of people, there was a new fighting style of rogues in Mordor City. People called this style of rogues Battle Thief. Dodge, parry, move. The biggest feature of this type of rogue was their speed, accuracy, and high evasion. Ugly Monkey was the representative of this type. He was not at a disadvantage at all when fighting head-on with warriors of the same level. In the end, this situation led the temple to start studying ways to train the ability of evasion. After defeating the Shadow Lord, the spoils of war were quickly calculated. As a church that started by stealing, the Church of the Shadow Lord was still very rich. Unfortunately, he had neither connections nor technology. Even if he had a lot of money, he could not convert it into direct combat power. In the end, it was all given to Soren. The Shadow Lord did not have a good relationship with other gods, and because of his theft, the goddess of wealth was very disgusted. Even if the Shadow Lord was very rich, it was difficult to convert it into combat power. First of all, the Northern Witch Council would definitely not trade with them, and then the Wizard Alliance would definitely wait and see because of Soren. No one would bet rashly at this point, so the money of the Shadow Lord could only buy trap materials in the end. The biggest difference between Soren and the Shadow Lord was that he had technology, capital, and foundation. His money could be converted into materials at any time and sent to the Golem factory. Money was combat power for Soren. As long as he had money, he could pull out another Golem army. The final statistics came out quickly. The High Priest took more than 1 million Kindler from the Shadow Lord and the Shadow Thieves Guild. This was the cash resources of the two forces. Other gems and metal materials, including some stolen goods, added up to about 3 million Kindler. Then there were all kinds of equipment, including some stolen goods. The initial value was estimated to be about 5 million Kindler. Finally, there were all kinds of antiques and artworks that were very difficult to sell and so on. The value was a little bit scary. The master, who was proficient in valuation, finally gave a price of 12 million Kindler, because they found Queen Isabella's crown in the Shadow Thieves Guild, as well as the scepter that symbolized the Griffin dynasty, and so on. The value of these things was amazing, but there was no way to sell them. Moreover, these were all King's stolen goods. But anyway, Soren was now a rich man with a net worth of more than 10 million Kindler. PS Second Update. Continue to ask for support on WeChat. Chapter 828. If it weren't for the Avatar crisis, Soren would be rich immediately. Unfortunately, now it was a time of turmoil. These valuable art collections were simply a pile of waste. The difficulty of getting rid of them was simply too high. They could only be used as collections. However, Soren had always been a pragmatist. After looking at the list of the collection, he waved his hand and ordered someone to hold an auction. Then, the rest of the items were too valuable to be sold. He simply asked someone to make a museum exhibition and collect tickets. By the way, he would let the residents of Mordor see these legendary treasures that were priceless. In this way, it would be much easier for them to brag in the pub in the future. Since they were citizens of Mordor City, their bragging skills were definitely better than those in other places. Stealing was really a good way to make a fortune. It was a pity that Soren was unlikely to use the clergy of theft as his core, and this clergy was too hateful. The Shadow Lord's interpersonal relationships were so bad. The church was besieged by Soren, and had no allies to help. The main reason was that the clergy of theft had attracted a lot of hatred over a long period of time. The role of Soren's clergy could only be used to allow his rogues to access the field of theft. In the future, it would definitely need to be separated like the half-elf clergy. Most of the income this time would go to the treasury of Mordor, but a part of the reward would still be given. Now that a big enemy was solved, Soren's position was much more stable. At present, looking at the entire material plane, there were almost no enemies that were in conflict with Soren's clergy and were quite dangerous. Although the Shadow Lord's clergy might attract the attention of Lady of the Night, for the time being, Lady of the Night was unlikely to attack Soren. This representative of the evil faction still had too many enemies to deal with. At present, Soren's remaining race gods, such as the halfling god of rogues and other gods with the same field, could be put aside for the time being. Soren's focus now turned to integrating the Shadow Lord's clergy. At the same time, while the third wave of the Avatar crisis had not broken out yet, he was ready to study how to use the war chess plane. The slaughter EXP gained from killing the Shadow Lords could also be used to increase his Arcanist level. The Arcanist profession has been raised to level 8. Receive 37, INT 28 plus, INT 28 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 13, profession HP 4 plus, con 28 to 10, *0. 5. Obtained 1 free attribute point. Obtained 1 talent point. The improvement from killing a deity was astonishing. Soren received a large amount of slaughter EXP. After leveling up his Arcanist class to level 8, Soren received a free attribute point and an ability point. There was nothing to think about. The free attribute points were allocated to intelligence, raising it to 29 points. At the same time, Soren chose Legendary Spell Penetration. It was a legendary ability that spellcasters had to master. Legendary Spell Penetration, epic ability. Any of your spells will have an additional 6 points of spell penetration. When casting any spell, the test of immunity triggered will have an additional 6 points. This ability is effective against any spells. Because of this ability, it will be more difficult for the enemy to successfully resist against control spells. This effect automatically replaces the ability of spell penetration. The effect of this legendary ability was amazing. The 6 points of spell penetration was equivalent to the additional effect of 12 points of intelligence. Using Finger of Death as an indicator, Soren's current intelligence was 29 points, and his level was 18. The additional value of intelligence was 9 points, and his level was 18 points. In addition to the effect of legendary spell penetration, the difficulty of Soren's Finger of Death had exceeded 35 points. Basically, for enemies below legendary strength, Soren could kill them in one shot with one move, Finger of Death. The same effect could also be used on Crowd Control, Disintegrate and Disintegrate. However, Soren rarely used Disintegrate, because this type of spell would not leave any loot. The enemy would be directly disintegrated together with their equipment. From the looks of it, because of the buff from the Intermediate Divinity and the Intermediate Divinity, as well as Arcane Mastery, Soren's spellcasting ability was finally starting to take shape. The strength of his spells was already equivalent to that of a purebred wizard above level 24. Arcanist has leveled up to level 9. Receive 38, INT 29 plus, INT 28 to 10, *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 13, profession HP 4 plus, con 28 to 10, *0. 5. Arcanist has leveled up to level 10. Receive 38, INT 29 plus, INT 28 to 10 *0. 5 skill points, HP increased by 13, profession HP 4 plus, con 28 to 10 *0. 5. Leveled up to level 7. Received 1 free attribute point. Received 1 ability point. Soren used up all the slaughter EXP from the Shadow Lord, directly leveling up his Arcanist profession to level 10. At the same time, his intelligence increased to a shocking 30 points. There was almost nothing to think about. This ability point came from level 7. Soren directly chose Legendary Endurance. It couldn't be helped. When Eugene was pierced through the heart by the Shadow Lord, he was still able to stand. That was a huge shock to Soren. With Legendary Endurance, Soren's body didn't have any obvious weaknesses. Legendary Endurance, epic ability. Your body has surpassed the limits of mortals. From now on, even if your heart is hit by an enemy, you will not die. Unless the enemy chopped off your head, all physical damage would only cause you to lose HP. Legendary Endurance has completely changed your body. You will be immune to most lethal effects. At the same time, when Legendary Endurance is activated, the physical damage you receive will be temporarily reduced by 40%. Remarks, prerequisite, 25 vitality. This was Eugene's ability at that time. Legendary Endurance gave the melee class a terrifying survivability. Most lethal attacks were ineffective. As long as Soren's HP wasn't depleted, he would be able to stand even if his heart was dug out. For a god like Soren who could cast divine spells, as long as he didn't die on the spot, a greater regeneration would be able to save him. If that was the case, the difficulty of killing him would be doubled. Soren was taking shape as a meat shield. Although he hadn't mastered perfect health and epic strength, Soren's current HP was close to 600 points. His survivability in a frontal battle was already higher than a purebred warrior above level 20. Currently, the total level of Soren's rogue was 20, and the total level of the spellcaster was also 20. No matter if it was magic or melee, he had already taken shape. He was finally about to reach the standard of a veteran god. He had the ability to crush any enemy below legendary. In other words, the enemies that were not above legendary were no longer a threat to Soren. P.S. Follow Futa's public WeChat support. There's an update today. Chapter 829. Time passed by day. After killing the Shadow Lord, Soren's figure seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The outside world didn't get any news about him. Instead, Gloria became active. At present, all the big and small things in Mordor City were basically handed over to her to deal with. Basically, everyone thought that Gloria had become the current ruler of Mordor City. She had gradually replaced Soren and stood on the stage of the secular power of Mordor City. The changes in Mordor City were still ongoing. Every day, new changes were taking place in Mordor City. Especially after the appearance of the alchemy cement developed by the northern witches, the changes in Mordor City were already very amazing. The roads were being repaved every day, and new tall and magnificent buildings were being built one after another. More and more witches were under Gloria's command. Even wizards from other places came to visit her, hoping to get some knowledge of the arcane empire from Mordor City. The changes in the temple also continued. During this period of time, the temple held a large prayer ceremony almost every day, and the divine brilliance above the temple became more and more dazzling. Finally, when this divine brilliance reached a critical point, a golden beam of light rose into the sky. Immediately, Soren's figure emerged in midair. It was a golden hazy figure, looking down on the entire city of Mordor. This was Soren's divine form, which would only appear when he was promoted to intermediate divine power. Central Square. Thousands of believers gathered in the square. They were divided into 3 camps. One was the judiciary, which was mainly composed of lurkers and assassins. The other was the center, which was mainly composed of saint priests and other special professions. The last was the bishops, most of whom were the core priests of the church. Behind them was a mass of believers. At this moment, they were kneeling on the ground devoutly, holding a huge prayer ceremony. My Lord Soren, you are the master of the shadows. You are the master of Mordor. You are the protector of the half-elves. My Lord Soren, you are the keeper of order. You are the only true God of the rogues. Your enemies will have nowhere to hide. My Lord Soren, your name will become sacred in the mortal world. You have led us through this crisis. You have given us a stable and orderly life. You are the master of the shadows. You are a wise ruler. You are the protector of the half-elves. Slaughter will make you stronger. The enemy's death spreads your glory. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Soren, you will raise the kingdom that belongs to you, transforming into the stars in the sky. Surging divine power converged. Soren's divine power was released from his divine spirit form and spread to all the believers in the central square. The power of the shadow domain was spreading. All of Sauron's followers were nourished by traces of divine power, making them feel incomparably warm and enveloped by a massive amount of power. Most of this power was distributed to Soren's core believers. The rogues received the most obvious improvement. Almost every rogue's shadow and stealth abilities were improved. Then came the priest's divine power. They could access more realms, and there were more divine spells such as summon shadow beings and dispel shadow beings. Finally, there were the ordinary believers. They only received a little bit of divine power to improve their basic skills a little bit. This was the god's feedback. When Soren successfully advanced to intermediate divine power, all his believers received a significant improvement. At this time, Soren's prayers had undergone a huge change. The first prayer was no longer half-elves, but Master of Shadows. This meant that Soren's core divine power had changed from half-elves to shadow. The order of the prayers represented Soren's current abilities. Half-elves order domination, rogues, and tracking. Soren had changed from the god that the rogues served to the only true god of the rogues. This represented his ambition to unify the rogues' divine power, and his enemies had nowhere to hide. This represented the power of tracking. The only thing that did not appear was theft. There was no theft in the prayers. This meant that Soren was announcing to all the forces in the mortal world, including the other gods, that even if he had the rogue's divine power, he would not use theft as a part of spreading his faith. He was not a thief. He would not let the rogues who believed in him steal. This was an expression of his attitude. Finally, there was the core part of the prayers. Soren used to become holy among the half-elves, but now the core prayer was your name will become holy among the mortals. This meant that Soren had officially entered the competition of the gods. He no longer limited his faith to the half-elves, but intended to spread his faith to the whole multiverse. This was a kind of declaration. Soren would completely get rid of the limitations of his race's divine power. He would no longer have the half-elves as his core believers. Instead, he would include all races in the scope of his faith. This was a behavior that attracted hatred. But for Soren, it was a process that he had to go through because he was already a middle divine power. If he was still limited to his race, there was almost no possibility for him to continue to improve in the future. This was something that could not be helped. The population of the half-elves was limited. It was impossible for the half-elves to become a greater divine power alone, and it was not very beneficial for the development of Soren's other divine powers. At present, getting rid of the limitations of his race's divine power as soon as possible could make Soren stronger. The sacred ceremony was still going on. Soren was gathering the power of faith of his believers, and then connecting to the original divine kingdom, and the divine kingdom of the shadow plane. One was the divine kingdom of the half-elves, and the other was the divine kingdom of the shadow. This was Soren's power, and it was also the kingdom that he needed to inherit and integrate in the future. This would be a very big process. Soren had to first descend the half-elves' divine kingdom to the shadow plane. and then integrate the two divine kingdoms. The half-elves' divine kingdom was under the protection of the elven divine system, and its coordinates were close to the wild field in the upper plane. The divine kingdom of the Shadow Lord was in the shadow plane, and it belonged to the space close to the lower plane. Soren was now descending the half-elves' divine kingdom to the shadow plane. Descending the divine kingdom. This was a very big project, and Soren had to pay a lot of divine power. However, when the two divine kingdoms were integrated, his power would be even stronger. Chapter 830. A sacred light shrouded the whole city of Mordor. Soren's promotion to mid-level divine power was very big, and it might even be bigger than his ascension because the power of a mid-level divine power was enough to affect a kingdom. In the position of the port of Mordor, the figure of the goddess of wealth appeared again. This time, her divine avatar was more condensed. It seemed that because Soren killed her enemy, the Shadow Lord, or maybe because Soren was about to catch up with her power, the avatar of the goddess of wealth personally appeared to congratulate Soren on his promotion to a mid-level divine power. The appearance of the goddess of sea was not too late. Mordor was one of her important places to spread her faith. In the face of Soren's promotion, she also appeared to congratulate him. Outside the material plane, with the fluctuation of Soren's divine power, the half-elven kingdom in the upper plane began to slowly fall. Originally, before Soren ascended, the kingdom fell because of the fall of the original half-elven god and the god of rogues. Although it was temporarily stabilized because of Soren's power, it was close to the upper plane. Now that Soren had taken Shadow as his main divine power, then according to the laws of the gods in the multiverse, Soren's kingdom should be close to the shadow plane. At present, when Soren was promoted to a mid-level divine power, the whole half-elven kingdom was gradually falling towards the shadow plane. This kingdom would be relatively slow, but it would reach the shadow plane in at most half a year. At that time, Soren would receive the kingdom of the Shadow Lord and the half-elven kingdom at the same time. How to integrate these two kingdoms would be the problem he had to face at that time. With the end of the turbulent torrent at the beginning, Soren's power gradually became gentle. He had successfully broken through the barrier of mid-level divine power. After breaking through a certain critical point, Soren's mastery of divine power became more and more skillful. All his power rippled like ripples, constantly nourishing his believers and leaving a soul mark on them. This was the mark left behind by Soren. Now that it was the time of the Avatar crisis, the souls of the dead believers might not be able to reach Soren's holy kingdom normally. If they couldn't reach Soren's holy kingdom, the souls of the evil believers under Soren's command were very likely to fall to the lower planes, such as the bottomless abyss, the grey wilderness, the Bator Inferno, the scorching hell, and so on. This would be a tragic outcome for the believers, and it would be a huge loss for Soren as well. That was why he had to leave a soul mark on these devout believers, so that he could bring their souls back to his holy kingdom in case anything happened to them. This way, even if they died, they would still be able to obtain a better place to belong. The ripples of divine power gradually spread out. Soren's power flowed through the entire island of Mordor like water, and then connected with the temples of all the towns. Some kind of power shrouded the island of Mordor, and then it disappeared little by little. When Soren's divine light disappeared, a row of data appeared before his eyes. Promoted to intermediate divine power. The power of divinity has been promoted. The form of the saint has been strengthened. You've gained a new ability. Instant cast circle 1 to 3 spells. Why was it so difficult for mortals to kill a greater divine power? Looking at Soren's current ability, it was clear. Soren had just promoted to an intermediate divine power, and he had automatically gained the power of divinity for all the circle 1 to 3 spells. This was a specialty ability other than instant cast. Soren didn't have to spend more advanced spell slots to memorize, but he could directly cast all the circle 1 to 3 spells with the original spell slots. If this ability was obtained through the normal way, first, one would need to obtain the legendary ability of instant cast circle 0 spells, then the legendary ability of instant cast circle 1 spells, and then the ability to strengthen to circle 3 spells. This required a total of 3 talent points. The eldest princess had this kind of instantaneous ability, but she relied more on herself to obtain and upgrade it. At this time, Soren's data had changed. Name Soren, Saint form. Intermediate divine power race. Half-elf massacre god's child attributes. Strength 23 plus 6, Dexterity 38 plus 6, Constitution 28 plus 6, Intelligence 30 plus 7, Wisdom 21 plus 6, Charm 25 plus 9. Alignment, Lawful Evil Profession. Level 10 Rogue 011500000. Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max. Level 10 Wizard 021750000. Level 10 Arcanist 024550000. Grade 7 Health Points 585585. Sturdy Experience Points 355075. Slaughter EXP 17,545. Profession EXP. Unassigned Skill Points, none Attribute Points, none Legend Level, 200 Divinity, 222 Intermediate Divinity, requires 300 points to upgrade Greater Divinity. Divinity, 112, Intermediate Divinity, requires 300 points to upgrade Greater Divinity. Divine Power, 313-2240, requires 1200 Divine Power to upgrade to Intermediate Divine Power. Master Deity's Descent Divine Law. The current divinity's storage limit is 2,240 points. Clergy, Shadow, Theft, Half-Elf, Rogue, Tracking Domain, Trickery, Slaughter, Death, Fear, Evil, Rule, Piracy, Shadow, Plant, Spiritual Energy, Evil, Spiritual Energy, Fear, Spiritual Energy Status, Normal Basic Skills, Sneak 505, Literacy 375, Steal 325, Picklock 315, Snare 275, Focus 275, Negotiate 465, Appraise 225, Deceive 275, Intimidation 575, Taunt 275, Perform 215, Listen 365, Dodge 325, Parry 215, Block 175, Heal 215, Search 375, Detect 375, Copy Scroll 185, Spell Identification 255, Survival 325, Use Magic Equipment 185, Cooking 125, Alchemy 275, Forge Magic Weapon 235. Saint Form. Transcendence Spell Immunity 1-4, Epic Divine Power, Instant Cast 1-3. Divinity Abilities. Space Change, Death's Hand, Reality Change, Form Change, Divine Power, Shockwave, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplanar Communication, Astral Teleportation, Plane Teleportation. Legendary Skills. Legendary Tenacity, Legendary Spell Penetration, Legendary Reflex, Detect Weakness, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Legendary Evasion, Legendary Battle Skills, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence, Epic Constitution. Special Abilities. Blessing of the Goddess of Magic, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Death Walker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal Abilities. Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Spellcasting Proficiency, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Agile Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Craft Magical Equipment, Spell Penetration, Minor Spell Resistance, Minor Cold Resistance, Medium Fire Resistance, Minor Poison Resistance, Minor Electric Resistance, Robust, High Regeneration, Telepathy. 100 feet. Profession Abilities. Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Dominator, Nimble Mind, Military Weapon Proficiency, Curved Sword Legendary. Battle Skills. Summon Shadow, Shadow Jump 300 meters, Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump 2 times, Vampiric Touch Divine, Sword Form, Heavy Hack, Sword Form, Horizontal Slash, Sword Form Beheading, Sword Form, Waist Chop, Sword Form Spinning Strike, Spinning Slash. The foundation is gradually stabilizing. Soren's figure slowly disappeared in midair, and then reappeared in the Great Temple. Now that he had advanced to the mid-level divine power, his own strength had improved again. There was not much difference between him and the old gods. Now even his basic skills were gradually catching up. His core skills had reached more than 300 or 400 points, and even his other skills had reached 100 or 200 points. The strengthening of various basic abilities was almost done. In the future, the focus would be on the legendary abilities. My lord. With the completion of Soren's advancement to the mid-level divine power, the prayer ceremony outside gradually ended, and the figure of the high priestess appeared in front of Soren. Soren turned to look at her and said, "It's time. I'll help you remove the curse left by the Queen of Spiders." When the high priestess heard this, her expression was a little excited, and then she stood in place very respectfully. Arcane Domain. Saint Form. A golden light appeared on Soren's body, and his whole person seemed to be shrouded in the light of divinity. He slowly reached out and pressed on the head of the high priestess, and then he saw a power full of evil aura emerging. This power twisted and turned into a ferocious spider mark, and then it screamed and was expelled by Soren's divine power, the emblem of the Queen of Spiders. When the power of the arcane domain was completely expelled by Soren, the twisted spider mark also disappeared completely, but it was certain that the Queen of Spiders was aware of it. She was currently fighting with the elven gods, so she should not be in a hurry to trouble Soren. Everything in Mordor was gradually on the right track. Soren's advancement to the mid-level divine power did not bring much pressure to the other gods because he killed gods who were almost alone, and these gods' relationships were very poor. More importantly, there was one more thing. At present, the power of all the gods in the Pantheon Temple was united. Even gods like the Queen of Spiders knew how to cultivate a few gods to form their own drow divine system. For a god like Soren who fought alone, even if he was promoted to greater divine power, it was difficult for him to threaten those who were really high up. There was no divine power. It was simply not enough to rely on one person, because even if a god was very powerful, how many places could he go? Once the conflict between gods escalated, it would eventually evolve into a struggle between gods. Elven divine system, dwarf divine system, orc divine system, halfling divine system, nature divine system, glory divine system, death divine system. Looking at the row of names above, it could be seen that Soren's power might be really strong in the mortal world. But if this kind of power was brought to the Pantheon Temple, it would be nothing at all. Any divine system had the ability to completely crush Soren. The key was only whether they were willing to pay such a big price. If it were not for the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, at this time, there should have been gods trying to win over Soren. After all, a new god rising quickly could still enrich the power of their own divine system. But now was a turbulent time, and there were many internal conflicts in many divine systems. At this time, no one had the energy to win over Soren. Moreover, Soren was currently in the evil camp, and his ability was inclined to be alone. Except for the evil gods led by Lady of Night, most of the other divine systems did not like Soren's clergy. But the problem was that Lady of Night was very eager to live in the shadow clergy, which meant that it was difficult for the two to be together. It was so awkward for a god to be alone. This was not only the case for Soren, but also for the sea goddess. Why was the sea goddess always suppressed by the Storm Lord? It was not because the Storm Lord had subordinate gods, but the subordinate gods cultivated by the sea goddess were just weak, and some of them were simply demigod-level creatures. If there was a war with the Storm Lord, then it would definitely be a full-scale war. In this case, the sea goddess would not be able to do anything. If it were not for this reason, the sea goddess would not spend so much energy to create the sea divine system. This was also a problem that Soren had to face at present. The Avatar crisis affected the whole multiverse. If Soren did not join a divine system, then he had to create his own divine system. Or else, in the future, if any divine system fought with him, what Soren did today to besiege the Shadow Lord would repeat itself. No matter how strong he was, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. At that time, the situation would be extremely passive. These days, even the goddess of agriculture, a non-combat god, had a group of goddess of river and goddess of lake as subordinate gods. If Soren did not cultivate a few of his own subordinate gods, he was afraid that in the future, it would be too embarrassing to say hello to other gods with great divine power. If Soren wanted to cultivate a divine system, then he had to start planning now. First of all, Saruman could be a seed with great potential. Then there was Vivian, who was becoming a demigod. These were the two candidates for the divine system. Vivian would have to face the Dreadlord in the future. When Soren was strong enough, he would also attack the Dreadlord's kingdom, and then completely destroy the throne of Dread and kill the Dreadlord. In this way, Soren's divine system might have two great divine power in the future. This was also why he had never thought of joining other divine systems. In addition, Soren would definitely separate the half-elf clergy in the future. This could be used to cultivate a race of gods. Then there was the power of the pirate domain. It was very easy for Soren to condense the pirate divinity. If any of his subordinates were strong enough to become gods, he could also consider giving the pirate clergy to one of them. For now, Soren was not completely without the foundation of forming his own divine system. P.S. It's so cool to organize the attributes every time. This chapter was quickly finished. Chapter 831. Wind Spear Hills. Suomi City. This was a city with a long history. Although it had been destroyed several times in war, it was eventually rebuilt by people. This was a city very close to the Wind Spear Hills, and also a city close to the Forest Elves. Now the Avatar crisis had also caused a lot of impact on this city. Refugee camps could be seen outside the city. However, Suomi City was better than other places in that it had a good garrison, so there was not much loss in the attack of the demons. Tremont Tavern. A tall figure pushed the door and walked in. Although she was covered with a cloak, one could still see the exquisite curves of her body and fiery red long hair. This was a female adventurer, and a very beautiful one at that. Many other people in the tavern turned their heads, and some frivolous men couldn't help but whistle. But when the other party glanced at them coldly, these people immediately shrank their necks and stopped talking. That was a very dangerous gaze. And as adventurers who had been on the knife's edge all year round, they knew very well that this kind of gaze often meant that the other party was a woman who had been stained with a lot of blood. This woman was very strong, and they couldn't afford to provoke her. The tall and seductive woman glanced around the tavern, and then her eyes fell on a man sitting in the corner. It was a rather down-and-out middle-aged adventurer with a face full of whiskers. The equipment on his body was a bit shabby, and it seemed that it had not been repaired for a long time. "Are you Andre?" The beautiful woman with fiery red long hair came directly in front of the middle-aged adventurer, then sat opposite him unceremoniously, and said directly, "Looking at the scar on your neck, you should be Andre Lot." The middle-aged man's expression was quite alert. He involuntarily pressed his hand on the hilt and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why do you know me?" He was just an unknown adventurer. Although he lived all the way to middle age, except for leaving scars all over his body, he didn't accumulate much wealth. Many adventurers wanted to earn a lot of money when they were young, and then live a quiet life as a noble manor owner in their old age. But in fact, there were very few adventurers who could do this. Most of them were strong and lucky. Most of them were adventurers like Andre. When they reached middle age, they had no choice but to give up adventuring and find a place to live in seclusion, and become a member of the guards. The red-haired woman glanced at him indifferently, and then showed him a token. It was a black token, and the emblem on it represented one of the most famous places in the outer islands. Moto. The middle-aged man couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and then he quickly suppressed it as if he realized something. However, his voice still trembled with a trace of excitement and fear. He looked at the red-haired woman in front of him with a respectful expression and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, what business do you have with me?" Andre couldn't help but call her Your Excellency. Because of the iconic fiery red long hair of the woman in front of him, he couldn't help but think of a legendary figure. Although she rarely appeared at present, there was still such a figure among the pirate leaders in Moto City, and she was the only woman among the many pirate leaders in Moto City. Thinking of this, Andre couldn't help but swallow, and he recalled something that happened some time ago. The red-haired woman waved to the bartender to bring the most expensive wine here. This kind of tequila that cost 3 kindler for a glass was not something Andre could afford at all, but these seemed to be nothing to the red-haired woman in front of him. She first motioned for Andre to have a drink, then slowly said, "I heard that you have news of an interesting thing in your hands." I came to you personally for this matter. The red-haired woman's attitude was very casual, but Andre's heart sank, and then he couldn't help but become nervous. It was really for this thing. Andre couldn't help but show a wry smile. As expected, he shouldn't have said that after drinking. Although he tried to deny it afterward, some people had already noticed him. The red-haired woman picked up the expensive tequila and just glanced at it, then slowly said, "To be honest, even if you know where this thing is, it's not something you can get with your strength. It's better to tell us the news in exchange for some more reasonable rewards. At your age, it's time to arrange your future for yourself. Are you going to learn from those guys who can't even pick up a sword when they're old and poor until they die?" The red-haired woman's words made Andre hesitated. But then the other party's words destroyed his last trace of hope. The red-haired woman slowly said, "Sir Soren must also be very interested in this thing, you know." Sir Soren. Andre's expression changed drastically. To an adventurer like him, this name was a legend that he didn't even dare to imagine. If that sir wanted to obtain this item, the fact that this red-haired lady was still sitting in front of him and chatting with him was already a very generous attitude. What can I get? Andre swallowed hard. He knew that he should take a stand at this moment. Otherwise, he might not be able to walk out of this tavern. He thought about it seriously and said, "If I tell you the news, what can I get?" The red-haired woman couldn't help but smile. She seemed to be very satisfied with Andre's attitude and slowly said, "Two choices. 30,000 Kindler. Or I can recommend you to find a position in the army of Mordor City. I think you should be competent with your strength." 30,000 Kindler. This was definitely a very amazing wealth for ordinary people. It was enough for Andre to buy a manor and live comfortably like a noble for the rest of his life. However, now was the time of the Avatar crisis. Sometimes money was not as useful as it used to be. Andre couldn't help but show a bitter smile. Even if he got so much money now, could he guarantee that he would be alive to spend it? Not to mention those adventurers who might be jealous. Just the attack of the devils could kill him at any time. Now the manors outside were cheaper than the previous one. The nobles tried their best to get rid of the manors and live in the city, because the defensive power of the manors was not enough to fight against the wandering devils. So he thought about it and made a choice. "I choose to join the army of Mordor City." Join Mordor City. This was a very tempting choice. Although it could not bring Andre a lot of wealth, it could give him a higher status. And Mordor City itself was a very special place. Very good. The red-haired woman smiled. She was not surprised by Andre's choice and said slowly, "A very wise choice. So, now you can tell me where the legendary Bodian's sword is? P.S. First update. Today is the third update." Chapter 832. Bodian. One of the most famous pirates in the material plane. He was a powerful pirate leader, the builder of the Baldur's Gate, and a great navigator. When Soren first rose to prominence, many people thought he would be another Bodian, including when Soren planned to build the city of Mordor. Many people were ready to watch him make a fool of himself, because in the era when Bodian was active, as the most powerful pirate force at the time, Bodian also built the Baldur's Gate, and when he left, he also enfeoffed 4 dukes to rule here. To some extent, everything Soren did in the beginning was very similar to Bodian. Even later on, after Bodian disappeared, the experiences of both sides were quite similar. For example, the outside world said that Bodian mysteriously disappeared, or died in the hands of the Workreachers. But in fact, he had quietly dabbled in the realm of the gods, relying on his own strength to obtain the divine title of pirate. But after all, his talent was only mortal. Bodian did not directly ascend to godhood like Soren. Instead, he went through many twists and turns, and even fell into the realm of dark creatures because of some curse. But after missing for hundreds of years, he finally promoted as a demigod and became the god of pirates with minor divine power. In the records of the Arcane Empire, Bodian was active for a period of time, and most of his believers were pirates. Outside of the Avatar crisis, it was very difficult to ascend to godhood. It took nearly 600 to 800 years from Bodian's mysterious disappearance until he officially ascended to godhood. This was about the same time as Soren's original estimate. A mortal accumulates divinity and godhood through the normal way, then quietly develops believers, and finally officially ascends to godhood. At present, in the entire material plane, only the legendary pirate Bodian and the ancestral spirit served by the Vrykul pirates could be confirmed to have held the divine title of pirate. Soren also started as a pirate. It was just that he went much further than Bodian. But as the most powerful pirate king in the material plane, Soren's pirate domain was also one of the earliest domain abilities. Bodian's sword wasn't a powerful weapon. At best, the sword was a Tier 2 legendary equipment. However, it wasn't a single piece of equipment. Bodian's helmet, Bodian's armor, Bodian's cloak, and Bodian's sword were a complete set. After assembling a full set, the power of these equipment would be greatly enhanced, reaching the effect of some divine artifacts. Most importantly, in the legends of the pirates, they believed and were sure that the equipment left behind by Boden would lead them to the path to godhood. Many pirates believed that they would be able to inherit Bodian's pirate priesthood after completing this set of equipment. The red-haired woman in front of him was Adele Isabella, who had begun to cultivate and advance to the legendary realm. Ever since she had handed over the affairs of the territory to others, she had begun to travel the entire continent. The news of obtaining the sword of Bodian was purely accidental. She only learned about it from the spies in Motor City. Originally, many people wouldn't take this kind of pub thing seriously. Maybe Andre was just bragging after getting drunk. But after careful analysis, Adele Isabella found that Andre had traveled to the sea, and in the end he was the only one who came back alive. This bizarre thing told her that the other party might really know something about Bodian. That's why she came here in person today. Bodian's sword. This sword was not a very important thing. What was more important was the news related to Bodian. Since the fall of the Arcane Empire, the legend of this legendary pirate had been circulating for a long time, and the treasure he left behind attracted a large number of pirates to explore. And Adele Isabella was also very interested in it. Soren naturally didn't know about this. This kind of trivial matter was not enough to alarm the ruler of Motor City. Adele Isabella's actions today were completely personal. Of course, if they could really find Bodian's treasure, or even find the pirate clergy that he had left behind, then Adele Isabella would definitely make a great contribution. When the time came, she would offer it to the city of Mordor, and her status would definitely skyrocket. But it was better not to alarm Sir Soren now. If they found only a piece of equipment used by Bodian and no other clues, then Adele Isabella would be embarrassed after alarming Soren. The reason why the red-haired female pirate was so convinced that the legend was true, and that the Bodian set really had clues to godhood, it was mainly because she found something very interesting through the secret library of the Northern Witch Council. Because in the information of the Northern Witch Council, Bodian's sword was not a very powerful equipment, but it had a very special ability, that was to increase a person's legend. The person who owned this sword would immediately become famous among the pirates, and they would have a reputation far beyond other pirates. Why would a sword have such a special ability that had nothing to do with combat? There was only one reason, that was to become a god. One needed legend of the countryside. Adele Isabella didn't know much about the gods, but she still had an intuition that if she found the Bodian set, it would definitely be of great benefit to her. Moreover, Sir Gloria seemed to have plans to deal with the Beholder recently. One of the famous Bodian set, Bodian's shield, had a very special ability, that was it could directly reflect the Beholder's rays. Adele Isabella wanted to see if she could use the clues to find other parts of the Bodian set. Andre didn't hesitate for long after getting the red-haired woman's promise. He simply took out an ancient drawing and handed it to Adele Isabella, and slowly said, "This is the clue I got. The legendary parts of the Bodian set are hidden here. Thousands of years ago, the descendants of the god of massacre, Baal, also received these pieces of equipment, but they were later placed in other places by the god of massacre. This island used to be called Pirate Island, but now more than half of it has sunk. This sea area is a very dangerous place. It is said that there is an ancient ruin called Anti-Magic Prison nearby. The big explosion during the Arcane Empire caused the land to split and deviate. There are currently many mutated creatures in this sea area. The last time I led a group of people through this sea area, they were completely annihilated. I was the only one who escaped. At this point, Andre pointed at a certain location on the map and said in a deep voice, "This is the place where we encountered the giant sea monster. The pirate island is here, and the legendary anti-magic prison is here. This place is very dangerous." Hearing Andre's words, Adele Isabella's expression changed, and she said in a deep voice, "The god of massacre? Is this thing related to the god of massacre? Seems like I have to change my mind. You have to go to Motor City with me now." Chapter 833. The God of Massacre Ball. Who would have thought that this matter would involve one of the three ancient gods of death? Even if Adele Isabella was ignorant, she should know that she had to report this matter to Sir Soren. As one of Soren's most loyal followers, she could access the power of the realm far more than other priests, including Soren's massacre realm, which was also one of the sources of power that Adele Isabella could access. However, whether or not she could gain comprehension from the slaughter domain and grasp a trace of the power of slaughter would depend on her own innate ability. Since this matter involved the god of massacre, this news had to be sent back to Sir Soren. According to Andre, the location of the Bodian suit should be within the range of the big explosion during the period of the Arcane Empire. At that time, the violent explosions of the floating cities were not limited to the Eastern Kingdom. There were also floating cities in the overseas regions that were cruising around the entire material plane that fell into the sea and other places, and caused violent explosions. At present, the location north of Treasure Island, where even Soren's fleet did not dare to approach, was the location where one of the floating city fell and exploded. Legend said that the giant whirlpool formed there used to be a piece of land, and at the bottom of the whirlpool, there were some well-preserved ruins of the city. The energy radiation in this place was very scary. Although thousands of years had passed, and the damage of energy radiation to the human body had decreased a lot, the mutation caused by the strong radiation had completely affected and changed these places. There was no exception. These places with a high concentration of energy radiation were very dangerous, and the environment was several times more dangerous than the outer islands. If one were to use Sauron's words as an adventurer, it would be that these places were all high-difficulty instance dungeons. If the average level of the party members was not above level 15, it was simply a matter of death. This was a high-level map with a minimum challenge level of 15 and above, and even legendary masters could be wiped out if they entered. In the middle of the Avatar crisis, these ancient ruins that were discovered by people during the time of troubles were no less dangerous than exploring other planes. Some places even had a challenge level of 25 and above. In other words, even the incarnation of the gods could die if they entered. With Adele Isabella's identity, she could naturally mobilize the power of the Windspear Hills to gather a group of high-grade professionals, and then use her identity as one of the pirate leaders to form a fleet to explore. But from Andre's words, the red-haired female pirate learned that the danger of this place was far beyond her estimation. They didn't even manage to defeat the first sea monster they encountered. Before they even reached this place called Pirate Island, they were already wiped out. The warship that Andre had spent all his savings on, and the sailors that he had recruited were all dead. That was why he was in such dire straits. Andre's reputation among the adventurers had plummeted after his party was wiped out, and he was the only one alive. Otherwise, why would you be the only one who survived when everyone else died? Many adventurers kept a respectful distance from people with such an ending. Hearing that the red-haired female pirate wanted to take him to see the legendary Sir Soren, Andre's expression was obviously a hint of surprise and a hint of panic. He was very much in awe of this legendary figure, but now he had no choice at all. He could only follow Adele Isabella to Mordor City to see Soren. Any information about the god of massacre, Baal, was the focus of Mordor City. The rogues inside the church had been inquiring about clues related to the three gods of death. So that day, Adele Isabella took the rather panicked Andre to Mordor City. At the same time, the intelligence network of Mordor City also sent the news to Soren for the first time. Mordor City. War chess plane. After successfully killing the Shadow Lord, Soren had one less big problem in his heart. Now, as long as he killed the Dread Lord and destroyed his kingdom, then even if the Avatar crisis was over, Soren could live a relaxed life after becoming a real god with intermediate divine power. Therefore, if it was not the time of troubles, the gods who usually stayed in their kingdom were very safe. At present, Soren had the ability to protect himself. As long as he did not blatantly provoke the existence of those great gods, then the possibility of Soren safely surviving the Avatar crisis was very high. Soren had a plan to deal with the next few waves of attacks, and even the conspiracy of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. The only difference was whether he wanted to intervene. If he did not intervene, the end of the material plane would definitely not be good. At that time, the people would inevitably be in a terrible situation. During this time, Soren's focus was on the research of the war chess plane. Although the traces of the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune had appeared, and the relationship between the orc divine system and the elf divine system was also getting tense, Soren, as an outsider, could only watch coldly. There were some things that he could not intervene in. Taking advantage of the fact that the archdevils in the Bator Inferno had not made any big moves, and many really powerful demon lords were still watching, Soren naturally focused on improving his own strength. This was not only to improve his own strength, but also to improve the ability of the entire Mordor city to deal with the Avatar crisis. Soren's alchemy skills had been improving recently. At the same time, after obtaining the highest authority of the Arcane Tower, he could finally calm down and study how to control the special ability of the war chess plane. Soren's first challenge was naturally not optional, because apart from Soren, no one had successfully passed it. Whether it was Gloria or the fallen witches, all of them had been cheated by the original challenge. And this difficulty was to select the successor of the war chess plane. Others did not need to try such a difficult challenge at all. Soren needed to reduce the difficulty. Of course, it was not as simple as reducing the difficulty. He also needed to set and create the challenge content of the war chess plane. When he first met the demigod genie, Soren encountered a very simple war chess game. This represented that this kind of war chess game had many different contents during the Arcane Empire. What Soren had to do now was to create a trial content himself. This was like asking him to make a difficult RPG game, and then give this game to his elites to challenge and hone their strength. Soren's current idea was still based on demons and devils, because during the Avatar crisis, these were the two enemies that mortals had to face the most. Soren's avatar was in the bottomless abyss, so he could easily simulate and create various demons, and then use them as enemies in the trial. In this way, in the future, the elites under his command should have nothing to fear even in the face of intermediate and high-level demons. However, when Soren completed part of it, and was about to start the preliminary test, Adele Isabella sent him a very important message. This news was related to the legendary massacre god, Bodian Set. Soren silently looked at the information in his hand and murmured, "It seems that this set of equipment did fall into the hands of the massacre god at that time." PS Third update. Everyone can follow Futu's WeChat public account to give support. At the same time, if anyone is free, help Futu sort out the attributes of the Bodian set and post it in the book review area. Thank you very much. Chapter 834. The Massacre God's Child was active at the end of the last time of troubles. At that time, there were many Massacre God's children in the material plane, and all of them were descendants of the god of massacre, Baal. The most powerful one among them began to rise from the Candle Castle, and he killed all the gods and demons that stood in his way until he reached Baal's throne. This Massacre God's Child was the final victor, and he obtained a lot of powerful equipment in this legendary adventure, including the Holy Avenger, the Archmage Staff, the Star of Day, and other divine weapons. According to the normal course of history, this Massacre God's Child should have inherited the clergy and become the god of massacre. But what was unexpected was that this Massacre God's Child's final choice was to destroy Baal's throne, and then choose to live in seclusion as a mortal. Soren admired this kind of person very much, but he certainly would not choose to do so. The Bodian set was one of the equipment that the Massacre God's children collected at that time. This set of equipment was related to the legendary pirate Bodian, and there were many hidden rumors after the Massacre God's child ended. Pirate Island? Anti-magic prison? Soren looked at the map in front of him, and as if he remembered something he murmured, "I think I know where this is. I can't believe this place hasn't sunk yet." The big explosion during the Arcane Empire directly caused the continental plates to move, and the world's continents would move gradually, but very slowly. Even the continental shelf of Earth had changed a lot. The destruction of the Arcane Empire caused many continents to sink, and the structure of the outer islands changed because of this catastrophe. Should I send someone to explore? Soren fell into deep thought. He did not have time to explore the ruins himself, and he had just become an intermediate god, so he needed to familiarize himself with the operation of the shadow clergy. Ever since he merged with the shadow clergy, Soren's connection with the shadow plane had increased, and he recently discovered that he suddenly had a group of believers that he did not know about before. These believers were all creatures of the shadow plane. They did not have any objection to changing their faith. Perhaps in the eyes of these shadow creatures, whoever was in charge of the shadow clergy would be the god they served. It didn't matter whether this god was Soren or the original Shadow Lord. Next, Soren also had to take over the Shadow Church and the Shadow Thieves Guild. These two forces had a good foundation. If Soren completely annexed them, the power of Mordor would be further improved, especially the profession of rogues. It could be said that he almost completely controlled the most elite group of rogues in the entire material plane. Furthermore, after defeating the Shadow Lord, Soren's control over the Thieves' Union had increased exponentially. They were already showing signs of submitting to Soren. The war chess plane still needed to be redesigned. Mordor City was undergoing the third phase of the transformation plan, and Soren had to be there in person at this time. There were also basic skills that needed to be improved, alchemy skills that needed to be improved, and one or two legendary spells that needed to be memorized. There were many other things that Soren had to deal with. Although the use of simulacrum could bring some convenience to Soren, the simulacrum could not last long after all. Exploring the ancient ruins took too long, and the simulacrum could not last that long. Unless Soren created a new avatar, but that would consume too much divine power. Soren had to accumulate power, because as a god who did not have a direct combat clergy, Soren could only be promoted to a greater divine power by mastering the power of Avatar, and he still had a lot of divine power that needed to be gained through divine power. At present, the most important thing for Soren was to accumulate power, but the Bordian set might not be a big deal. At most, it would bring clues to the pirate clergy, and the pirate island was not a big deal. However, the anti-magic prison was a place that Soren was very curious about, because here might be able to complete some of the power of the Lock of Mordor City, such as restricting other spellcasters' ability to cast spells on the island of Mordor. Are you still thinking about it? Gloria's figure appeared outside the door. She glanced at Soren, who was frowning slightly, and said slowly, "Is it about the anti-magic prison? Why don't you send a pair of legendary professions? As a god, maybe you should change your mind. You can't do everything by yourself. Also, Mordor City is not incapable of forming a legendary adventurer team." Gloria saw Soren's expression and continued softly, "The High Priest doesn't have much to do at the moment. You can let her be the commander of this expedition. Since there are deep-sea monsters here, you can also send your little pet. The giant also needs some battle practice recently. You don't have to worry about the problem of a meat shield with it. If you are still worried, you can also send the little girl in the temple. In case something happens, you can come in person at any time." Gloria's words suddenly made Soren's mind clear. That's right. He didn't need to do everything by himself. The High Priest was a level 30 psionic warlock. There was basically no problem with her leading the team, and she was also an astral explorer. She had rich experience in dealing with all kinds of dangers. Also, the giant's brain was not very good. He stayed in Mordor City to train every day. He did not manage things like other pirate leaders. It was just right to send him out to experience things. Moreover, the little girl mentioned by Gloria was the saint priest Milan in the church. If he brought her, in case there was any danger, Soren could directly come in her body. Once his mind was clear, Soren quickly had a candidate in mind. First of all, the high priest must go. If she didn't go, Soren would not be at ease at all. Then there was the red-haired female pirate Adele Soren. Then there was the saint priest Milan, the legendary warrior, the giant, and the rogue who was most likely to advance into legendary, the ugly monkey. There were already 5 people involved in this. The high priest could completely replace the legendary wizard. The saint priest, Milan's performance on the spot was far better than that of a legendary priest. Adele, Isabella could be an agile warrior. The giant was an irreplaceable legendary meat shield. The talent of the ugly monkey was first class among all rogues. A team of 5 people had been formed. Coupled with the fleet of Mordor City and Soren's pet mutant killer whale, their combat power was already amazing. However, Soren thought about it, and prepared to add a small team of drow warriors. In addition, he could deploy an archbishop to assist the priest. After all, the saint priest, Milan, was very important to Soren. With such a configuration, they could even fight against the incarnation of the gods. The key was that Soren could come in person to Milan at any time. Chapter 835. Soren quickly decided on the person who would carry out the mission. However, after looking at it for a while, Gloria gently sat on Soren's lap, twisted her soft body to find a comfortable position, then reached out and tapped on the list and slowly said, "Lulu can also go out and exercise. This little girl's potential is amazing." Lulu? Soren's expression was a little surprised when he heard this, and his expression seemed to be a little doubtful. It was not that he didn't know Lulu's talent. As one of the few cat beasts in the material plane, her talent was absolutely amazing, but how long had Lulu been training? Could she really be sent to such a difficult ancient ruin to train? No problem. After all, Gloria knew Lulu's situation better than Soren. She was also one of the people responsible for training and teaching Lulu. She slowly said, "Lulu is not much worse than the ugly monkey, and this little girl seems to have met someone." Gloria's words made Soren hesitate for a moment, but he was also a very decisive person, so he immediately said, "Okay. Then let Lulu go out and exercise with us." Gloria smiled when she heard the words, reached out and stroked Soren's face, and then said, "The preliminary test of the ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, has been completed. At present, we only need to carry out a practical test. Since they are going to dangerous ancient ruins this time, let's send the ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, to go with them for a practical test." The ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice. This was a big killer weapon of Mordor City, and it was also one of Soren's signboards as the Pirate King. The original ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, already had a very powerful combat power, and now after the joint transformation of Gloria and Fallen Witch, its combat power had skyrocketed by more than a little. Now the Dead Man's Voice could go up to the sky and down to the sea. Its firepower was extremely fierce, and it was a legendary level undead construct. Such a thing obviously couldn't be tested by conventional means, and there was no war in Mordor City that required the use of such a weapon. So when Gloria proposed a practical test, Soren immediately became interested. He reached out and picked up Gloria, then reached under her skirt with his right hand, groping while climbing up, and slowly said, "Has the test of the floating ring been completed? Can we carry out the practical test now?" Gloria's breathing quickened, and a faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. She said softly, "The test of the floating ring has been completed. When we built the floating space tower, we completed the test application of the floating ring, and then we immediately used it on the Dead Man's Voice. The current flying condition is very stable. A small energy shield has also been arranged, but the Dead Man's Voice itself is a legendary undead construct. It can directly repair the hull with the power of the earthbound spirit, so we didn't arrange a large energy shield." Soren nodded, but his hand had already moved to Gloria's full chest. He was very clear about the characteristics of the Dead Man's Voice. After all, this legendary ghost ship was upgraded by him bit by bit. The Dead Man's Voice looked a bit tattered, but it was actually very sturdy. After being promoted to a legendary undead construct, its durability was even higher than that of a steel battleship. Moreover, it could repair itself very quickly. Such a legendary undead construct only needed to arrange a small energy shield. And even the small energy shield could be removed if it was not to protect the sails of the ghost ship. In terms of firepower, Soren pinched the woman in his arms and said in a deep voice, "Has the simplification of the superconducting magical pulse cannon been completed?" Gloria hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "It's not completely completed yet. But we used the alchemy technology of the Northern Witch Council to install a small magical cannon on the dead man's voice. It can fire about 3 times, but we don't know the specific effect yet. This actual combat test is also to see the offensive ability of the dead man's voice. The original dead man's voice had heavy boomerang cannons and dead man's voice cannons. The firepower of these cannons was at the level after the Great Voyage. Compared to the alchemy technology of the Arcane Empire, it was nothing. Gloria and Fallen Witch modified it, replacing part of the original dead man's voice cannons, and adding a simplified magical cannon. It was not that they couldn't add more, but because the dead man's voice did not have enough energy, adding more would just be a decoration. That's good. Soren thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Then let's set off together and test its actual combat ability." The dead man's voice was a key to Soren's future plan. After all, the power of Mordor City was mainly concentrated in overseas areas, and the main battlefield in the future would definitely be on the mainland. There were not many forces in Mordor that could be deployed on the mainland. The army was obviously not suitable for mobilization, and the cost of mobilization was too high. Soren's fleet could only traverse the sea, and there were not many places where it could be used in the future. At present, the only force that could carry out expeditions in Mordor City was the Wyvern Knights. This number was simply not enough, and it would be too painful to lose them. Then there was the floating space tower, but the floating space tower was the biggest weapon of Mordor City, and it also needed to regulate the entire Mordor City's defense. No matter how you look at it. At present, the only thing that could carry out expeditions in Mordor City, and had enough lethality, was the ghost ship, the dead man's voice. With the firepower of the dead man's voice, coupled with the teleportation tactics of Mordor City's Golem Legion, it should be able to play a decisive role in several very important battles in the future. Soren's purpose of self-protection was basically about to be achieved. It was true that he liked to be alone, but he couldn't completely sit back and watch the material plane being riddled with holes. As a high god, he more or less had to do something. This was the duty of the gods to maintain the order of the law, and he couldn't just sit back and watch them fight. In the end, he directly smashed the material plane, which was the chessboard of the gods. This was a different position, and the perspective of things was different. In the beginning, Soren did not hesitate to overturn the chessboard in order to protect himself. But now he was a god with intermediate divine power, and one of the people who was qualified to play chess in the material plane, so he had the responsibility to ensure that the chessboard of the material plane could continue. Looking at the current structure of Mordor City, he knew that Soren's plan was not small. Mordor City was a chessboard, and the material plane was a bigger chessboard. On the chessboard of Mordor City, Soren already had absolute power, but on the chessboard of the material plane, Soren still needed to arrange more chess pieces that could be used. As a high and mighty deity, he was a god. Soren could not always fight in person like in the past. He now had to learn to be a chess player in the material plane like other gods. Chapter 836. The third layer of the bottomless abyss, the Forgotten Land. The population of the Golumba arena had increased a lot. Other than the army under the demon lord Sauron, there were also many demons from other planes. This was especially true for the demons of the Scorching Inferno. They had a slight bloodline connection with the Baelor demons, which was why they acknowledged the Garuba arena ruled by the Baelor demon lord. The intensity of the blood war had plummeted. In order to gain wealth and power, the demons in the outer planes now liked to get close to the newly risen demon lord of the bottomless abyss. Compared to the order of other planes, the bottomless abyss, which was dominated by the power of chaos, had more opportunities. Furnace Tavern. A group of beautiful succubus maids were busy in the tavern. Although the other demons were coveting them, no one dared to act rashly. This was because the succubus lady boss here was a private collection of the demon lord, beheader, Soren. Perhaps these succubus maids were also part of his private collection. They did not dare to offend the ruler of a demon lord's territory. Therefore, these beautiful succubus maids were just looking at them to satisfy their cravings. The demons did not have much of a reaction to drinking. To them, it was just a way to show their status and enjoy themselves. They only pursued the slight stimulation of alcohol. Most of the time, the tavern was a place for middle-tier and high-tier demons to socialize. Under normal circumstances, low-tier demons could not be seen in any tavern in the bottomless abyss. Those who were qualified to sit there were at least middle-tier demons and demon mercenaries from other planes. Bang! The door of the tavern was pushed open, and a cold-looking demon walked in. He looked different from the other demons. In terms of appearance, he looked more like a male succubus. His body shape was more like a human's. However, this monster also had very obvious demon characteristics. For example, demon horns, wings that had not yet spread out behind his back, iconic demon skin, and a pair of hooves that looked like cow's feet. He was obviously a regular in the tavern. As soon as he came in, the succubus maids greeted him warmly. The succubus lady boss, who had been lazy at the beginning, also came over. The succubus lady boss, Renalise, sat in front of him lazily. She glanced at him and said softly, "Are they all taken care of?" The demon in front of her nodded and took a drink. He then said in a deep voice, "They've all been executed. I'll report to Lord Sauron now." The succubus lady boss nodded, and then returned to the bar lazily. Although she was only managing a tavern, the demons and evil spirits in the Galumba arena knew that this seemingly inconspicuous succubus lady boss was actually the favorite of Lord Sauron. She also secretly controlled a succubus army. There were 2 succubus in the Galumba arena that must not be provoked. One of them was the succubus lady boss, who was in charge of many things. The other succubus did not have much power, but she often accompanied the demon Lord Sauron. These 2 succubus were existences that must not be provoked easily. Who is that guy? In the corner of the tavern, a Yugros quietly glanced over there and asked his companion who came to the Galumba arena earlier than him. He seems to have some status? His companion was a very ugly Ross demon. He turned his head to take a look and said casually, "Him? I don't know his name or his species. The outside world calls him the Demon Hunter. He's the one and only demon in the Galumba arena. He's the right-hand man of Demon Lord Sauron, just like the assassin demon, Keto. He's responsible for dealing with some dirty things. He's good at stealth, tracking, and assassination. During battle, he can activate some kind of terrible flame around his body, but it's not the flame of the Balrog. The outside world says that he's a demon created by Demon Lord Sauron with the soul of a legendary profession from the material plane. Maybe it's a new type of demon form. The form of a demon could be created. At present, most of the main demons active in the Abyss were branches of the Tanari demons. These demons were basically created by the more ancient Orbis demons, by extracting the souls of various races from the material plane. For example, the succubus was born from desire, the berserker was born from anger, the assassin was born from cruelty, and so on. Most of the demons' personalities originated from the most ancient emotions when they were created, and the form of the souls from other planes was more because of what their strongest emotions were when they were alive. A new demon created? The Yugros demon in front of him fell into deep thought, and then said, "The demon Lord Sauron here has the ability to create demons? Just like the demon prince, Demogorgon? Why is he called the Demon Hunter? Is it because his role is like the demon hunting spider?" The Yugros demon companion heard this and nodded. Something like that. This guy has been helping Sauron deal with the demons who don't listen to his orders since he was born. He hunted down and executed some of the spies of Sauron's enemies. He's very good at tracking demons, and his methods are very cruel. The demon hunting spider was the creation of the original demon prince, Demogorgon. It was a cruel and ferocious creature, and the purpose of its creation was to help the demon prince rule over many demons. It was precisely because of this that the outside world called that demon the demon hunter. There were many similar creations, such as the demon hunting spider, created by the Queen of Spiders. It was also something that was modified from an original spider. In contrast, Soren's creations were more normal, and at least they looked like humans. The demon lord here can actually create a new type of demon. It seems that his strength is more powerful than we thought. The Yugros demon fell into deep thought, and then slowly said, maybe we should add some chips on him. Maybe he can become one of the top demon lords in the abyss in the future. Sauron was only a lesser demon lord at the moment. There were many such demon lords in the abyss, and there were many lesser demon lords on every level of the abyss of the invincible god. Above the lesser demon lords were the official demon lords. Under normal circumstances, an official demon lord would at least control one level of the abyss, and there would usually be many lesser demon lords and lesser balers as subordinates under the official demon lord. The laws of the abyss were cruel. In this long history, there were countless lesser demon lords, but there were only a few official demon lords. One of the most important reasons was that there were too few demon lords who could control a complete level. If he didn't unify the entire Forgotten Land, and at least obtain the ruling rights of the entire third level of the abyss, Sauron wouldn't be qualified to be called a true demon lord. P.S. There's one more update. I've been very busy recently. I've been caught on blind dates. Chapter 837. After such a long period of development, the appearance of the Galumba arena had changed greatly. The streets of the town outside had been doubled, and there were many more shops nearby. Most of them were run by demons. Sauron seemed to be different from the other demon lords. This new demon lord seemed to like construction. Now the Galumba arena was a bit like a large town. Many demons thought that if Sauron did not fall, the Galumba arena would most likely become the next, Desolate Town in a few hundred years. As mentioned earlier, the ruler of Desolate Town was the succubus Red Shroud, a succubus lord who was inclined towards the Order faction. Legend had it that she was the daughter of the succubus queen Mechanut. She ruled Desolate Town, and set the rules of Desolate Town. Even demons in her territory had to abide by this rule. Currently, the demons thought that Sauron's actions were imitating Red Shroud. Even the demons agreed with Sauron's actions because there were traces of one or two senior demons in Desolate Town recently. Naturally, the demons were not there to play. These demons were all connected by Sauron through the Yugros. He was going to invite some senior demons to participate in the duels in the Galumba arena. The bottomless abyss was chaotic. Extreme chaos had infinite possibilities, including order. Therefore, the demons could understand if there were one or two anomalies among the demons. Therefore, when they compared Sauron to Red Shroud, demons easily accepted it. After all, there were such examples in the past. At this moment, near the Styx River near the third layer of the bottomless abyss, a strange large ship was also approaching. This ship was called the Chaos Ship. Of course, strictly speaking, it should be called the Entropy Ship. It could be used to move between planes. These ships were made of crushed bones, surrendered souls, and petitioners. These Chaos Ships were used in the Blood War to fight against the devils, and they had the power to resist the effects of order. Although the Tana Re-Devils only allowed a portion of the ships of chaos to serve them. This small portion of ships that traveled between dimensions and were controlled by demons seemed terrifying enough. As for brave or reckless travelers, Tannery will sell the right to ride the ship of chaos if the price is reasonable. At this moment, the Chaos Boat was already close to the crossing of the Forgotten Land. The traces of the Nether River ran through the entire bottomless abyss. At this time, the Chaos Boat had obviously moved over from another plane of the abyss. The Chaos Boat was a strategic weapon. This kind of warship made up of souls and petitioners cost a lot, and it was impossible to have one unless one was a demon lord. It was even more terrifying than the Netherworld river boats controlled by the demons. Lady Cridiana. At this moment, there was already a large group of high-leveled succubus waiting at the ferry port of the Forgotten Land. When they saw the Chaos Boat approaching, The leader of the succubus immediately flew over respectfully and bowed. "I've prepared the things you wanted." Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels sounded, and then a tall and beautiful figure walked out. She was wearing exquisite tight leather armor, with small demon wings on her back. Her pupils were slightly red, and she was holding a long whip covered with sharp thorns in her palm. Her body seemed to be shrouded in some kind of strange aura. Even the succubus, who was proficient in charm, could not resist it. This was a sister of glory, and looking at her physical characteristics, she should be a newly born sister of glory. Since the mysterious disappearance of the succubus queen, Mechanut, the sister of glory had become the de facto ruler of the succubus. Many sisters of glory had secretly fought for power and controlled the legion that originally belonged to the succubus queen. The sister of glory in front of him was one of them, but she was different from the other sisters of glory who had been born for a long time. The new her was still very loyal to the succubus queen Mechanut. When the other sisters of glory were busy fighting for power and planning to replace the succubus queen, she was trying her best to find the trace of the succubus queen. Is this the Forgotten Land? The third layer of the abyss? Cristiana narrowed her eyes and looked around and slowly said, "It's a bit different from other abyss plains. The breath of the Styx River here is stronger. I'm afraid that the demons who reincarnate here will be more blank." Following behind Cristiana were all high-grade succubus. In addition, there were 2 assassin demons hidden in the dark, and the rarer, sorrow-cursed demon. This was a relatively special demon with a challenge rating of level 17. There were not many of them in the abyss, but their strength was comparable to the 6-armed snake demon. The succubus legion was naturally not only composed of succubus, but there were also many other demons mixed in. As the sister of glory under the succubus queen, Cristiana controlled more power than many secondary demon lords, and the succubus legion directly controlled by her was as many as 3. Before the disappearance of the succubus queen, Mechanut, Cristiana was in charge of the confrontation with the king of gnolls, Yeenagu. At that time, she was commanding several succubus legions, and she could easily control these armies because of her achievements. Let's go. From the lower layer of the abyss all the way to the third layer of the Forgotten Land. Cristiana was obviously a little more tired. After looking at the others, she slowly ordered, "Let all the succubus leaders on this level come to see me." Note: all the sisters of glory regard the queen of succubus as their mother. I need to visit Her Excellency Red Shroud. The Forgotten Land is an important position in the upper layer of the abyss. You have to be careful of Yeenagu's legion. Hearing Cristiana's words, the leader of the succubus hesitated for a moment, then said, "Yeenagu's legion is mainly concentrated in the first and second layers of the abyss. The location of the Forgotten Land is a bit special. However, recently, a new demon lord has risen in the Forgotten Land. His name is Beheaderaron. He is a decisive guy, and he acts more like a devil. Many demons have gathered around him." Hearing the succubus leader's words, Cristiana couldn't help but frown and said slowly, "Beheader? A Baler demon lord in the form of a Baler? There's no problem with acting like a devil. Her Excellency Red Shroud also acts like those devils. A newly risen lesser demon lord? Try to get in touch with him. It would be best if you can win him over. P.S. The advertisement on the WeChat public account has been restored. Continue to ask for attention." Chapter 838. Gulumba Arena. The arena, which had been quiet for a while, suddenly became lively again. Not only were there more demons coming and going to do business, but even the traces of devils would occasionally appear here. However, most of them were senior demons, and they were all sent here by their avatars. The main reason for their appearance was that the Gulumba Arena was about to hold a death battle in the lower planes. This was not only an entertainment that the lower races loved, but also a very generous reward. Demons and demons were not completely incompatible. At the very least, the demons could still deal with some demons in secret. This was because everyone in the bottomless abyss knew that many of the weapons used by the demon army in the Abyss Blood War were discarded equipment purchased from the demon army's arsenal through the demons. Even the succubus queen Mechanut was the same. The black market in desolate town sold a lot of rubbish equipment from the Bator Inferno. These obsolete old goods were also weapons that the demons could not easily forge, and were often used to equip the demon army above the middle level. The truth was that funny. For thousands of years, the demons had been using the equipment discarded by the devils to fight for their lives. However, the devils would not trade with the demons openly. Instead, they would use the demons from the lower planes as a transit point. This was something that both the demon lords and the archdevils were well aware of. It was just that everyone kept it a secret. The demon army needed equipment to strengthen themselves, and the demons also needed wealth to forge better weapons and equipment. In the end, thousands of years had passed like this. Therefore, when Sauron's death battle invitation was sent to the Bator Inferno by the demons, many senior demons immediately had an idea. It was more difficult for demons to advance than demons. They did not have many means to advance through the normal way, and the scale of the blood war was very small. For these devils who participated in the death arena, if they could win, not only would they be able to increase their reputation, but they would also be able to promote the might of the devils and beat up those demons who were in a mess. They might even be able to gain the recognition of the archdevils, so it would be normal for their status to rise by one level. In the past, there were demons who were promoted because of similar things. A grand deathmatch was being prepared in the lower planes. At this moment, in one of the halls behind the Galumbo arena, a series of stifled gasps could be heard. Outside the hall were two beautiful succubus maids. Their faces were flushed red as they stood guard outside the door. From time to time, they would turn around to take a peek, as if the master inside only needed to summon them, and they could not wait to pounce on the big bed to serve him. Unfortunately, there was nothing for them to do today because it was another high-level succubus serving the master today. If the succubus boss they were serving today was Renalise, they might still be able to get some rain and dew. But now it was another advanced succubus. Needless to say, the two of them would be evenly matched. A scorching aura spread out. It was obvious that the battle in the hall had reached a very intense level. About a few minutes later, a wave of heat hit them in the face, and then it ended with a high-pitched groan. After a while, Sauron's figure walked out. He glanced at the blushing succubus maids outside the door, and his expression did not change. Instead, he ordered, "Go in and clean up. Get someone to call Assassin Carter over." The succubus maids bowed and accepted the order, and Sauron set off for the lava pool in the volcano. During this period, he had been soaking in the lava. With the accumulation of the power of fire, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Baelor demon level. At the same time, on a very luxurious bed in the hall, a high-tier succubus with unparalleled beauty was lazily lying on the bed. At this moment, her delicate and smooth skin was covered in sweat, and her expression was lazy after being satisfied. She let the two succubus maids clean up. After they turned around and left, she frowned slightly, as if she was quite distressed. "Damn it." The advanced succubus raised her hand to rub her forehead and murmured, "I've been here for many days. The original plan has all been disrupted. Should I leave or not? Even if I choose to go to the material plane now, I'm afraid I've missed the best opportunity. Damn it. Why is this Baelor demon so strong? It's really a little reluctant to leave." The advanced succubus thought of something, and a blush appeared on her face. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. She said to herself, "Maybe after this crisis, I can consider recruiting him. Strong. Intelligent. And he can satisfy me. Such a demon lord was very rare. I wonder where that vicious spider rose is now. She and I can't enter our god's kingdom now, so she should be lurking in the bottomless abyss, right?" Thinking of this, the advanced succubus in front of her slowly stood up. She reached out and picked up an exquisite leather armor, and then put it on lazily. Coming here was completely an accident. Her original purpose was to prepare to go to the plane of 10,000 abyss through the third layer of the bottomless abyss, and then directly to the material plane to use the believers who had been lying in ambush in the material plane for a long time to plan some things. But she didn't expect the demon lord here to arouse her sexual interest, which led her to stay here all the time. Some of her plans had missed the opportunity. However, She stayed precisely because this demon lord could implement her other plan. That's right. This advanced succubus was the succubus queen Mechanut. Since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the chaotic energy from the multiverse expelled all the gods from the gods' kingdom. She who was in charge of corruption, depravity, and taboo clergy, was also directly expelled from the gods' kingdom. What's worse was, the succubus queen Mechanut also transformed the plane she controlled in the bottomless abyss into a part of the gods' kingdom. This meant that she couldn't enter the 570th layer of the bottomless abyss at present. This forced her to turn into an ordinary advanced succubus. The succubus queen had a very amazing disguise ability. With more than 500 points of disguise and camouflage, she could almost perfectly disguise as anyone. If it wasn't for the god-level perception, it would be impossible to see through it. Now, she was facing a dilemma. That was, to continue to stay here and pretend that she was just a newly born advanced succubus, or to continue to implement her plan as the succubus queen. What made her more distressed at present was that when she couldn't reveal her identity and face the demon lord Sauron as the queen of succubus, Mechanut couldn't use the powerful aura of bewitching beauty to control him and make him her slave. And she was also worried about one thing. That was, without the power of the gods, she didn't have absolute confidence in being able to enslave Sauron. P.S. I was delayed by something during the day. There is one more thing. Everyone, look at how hard Futu is working. Go and follow Futu's WeChat public account. Chapter 839. Mechanut had been satisfying her endless desires all her life. She was the most powerful succubus in history. Naturally, she was closer to the origin of the soul than other succubus, because succubus had been injected with their nature when they were first created by demon Orbis. Sauron was undoubtedly a very good target to satisfy. At least in the entire multiverse, it was almost impossible to find an existence with his strength and physique, as well as being proficient in the most top-notch techniques. It was as if she had made a choice for a long time. Mechanut, the queen of succubus, finally had an answer and murmured, "Maybe I can start from other places first. I remember that I just controlled a witch last year." Thinking of this, the figure of a gorgeous witch emerged in Mechanut's mind. At the first sight of her, the queen of succubus determined that this witch could be transformed into a qualified and excellent succubus. That was why she responded to the other party's prayer, and gave her a mark of her own, increasing her strength by a lot. The mark of the demon lord was directly branded on the soul. For the queen of succubus, the other party had almost become her servant. This witch was one of the chess pieces she had prepared. Since she didn't plan to leave for the time being, maybe she should consider choosing a time to use this chess piece. Galumba Arena Lava Pool. In the boiling lava, Sauron walked in naked. The blazing lava couldn't cause any harm to him. On the contrary, the power of lava in the volcano was being absorbed by him bit by bit. At this time, Sauron also had a thoughtful expression. "Who is she?" Sauron couldn't help but frown and murmured, "She can't be an ordinary high-grade succubus. Even Renolis can't withstand my impact. She can't be an ordinary succubus." Radiance Nun? The Radiance Nuns created by the succubus queen are all commanders. It's basically impossible for them to abandon the demon army they control and lurk around me. Moreover, in terms of strength, the current Galumba Arena's power is probably no match for the Devil Legion controlled by any of the Radiance Nuns. Could she be the mysterious missing succubus queen? At the thought of this, Sauron's heart couldn't help but jump. He suddenly felt like he was frightened by himself. Succubus Queen Mechanut. This was one of the people Sauron feared the most in the bottomless abyss. This was because the succubus queen's seductive beauty was a terrifying ability. Coupled with the succubus queen's nearly 50 points of charm, she was simply an unbeatable existence. She could easily control her enemies and turn them into her slaves. If Sauron was in his true form, he might be able to withstand it. However, if he was in his demon form, it would be a little dangerous. However, both bodies were controlled by the same mind, and Sauron was not completely defenseless. To use a metaphor, Sauron was now controlling two hero forms at the same time. Could she really be the succubus queen? The more Sauron thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, but he still wondered. The Queen of Spiders has already gone to the material plane. The succubus queen shouldn't have stayed in the bottomless abyss, right? Now the bottomless abyss is the most dangerous place for her, right? The Avatar crisis deprived her of her divine power. Now she can't even enter the abyss kingdom that she controls. If her location is known by other demon lords, tisk tsk. Not only the Knoll god, but I'm afraid other demon lords will kill or imprison her at all costs, right? The succubus queen Mechanut was a true god. She held the clergy of corruption, depravity, and taboo. Compared to other demon lords, she was the most affected by the Avatar crisis. She was almost at the same level as the Queen of Spiders. The Queen of Spiders did not hesitate to go to the material plane after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. It was precisely because the most dangerous place was sometimes the safest. With the succubus queen's camouflage ability, if she went to the material plane, there were not many people who could find her. On the contrary, it was safer for her to stay in the abyss where she had a large number of subordinates, because this was when she was at her weakest. Not to mention other demon lords who coveted her. Even the glory nun she created might have the idea of replacing Mechanut when she was at her weakest. Let's assume that she is really the succubus queen Mechanut. Sauron couldn't help but fall into contemplation and murmured. Then why did she disguise herself as an ordinary high-grade succubus and stay by my side? With Mechanut's means, it's definitely not fun to disguise and lurk around me. She must have some ulterior motives. Sauron thought for a while, but he couldn't understand why the succubus queen would lurk around him. The only possibility was that she knew his true identity, but this was almost impossible. This was a ticking time bomb. But if it could be used well, it would be an unimaginable help for Sauron. He was going to wait and see first. After all, this was just a demon incarnation. Even if it fell, it was still within his range of tolerance. At most, his divine power level would drop by 1 level. Now that his main body had the shadow clergy in hand, Sauron would be able to recover after some time. But if she was really the succubus queen, Sauron's plan in the abyss might have a very important bargaining chip. The Dread Lord. In order to ensure that his soul wouldn't be destroyed, the Dread Lord left a large number of believers and petitioners in his kingdom. If he wanted to completely destroy the Dread Lord, the only choice was to directly attack his kingdom, and then directly destroy the Throne of Fear. Otherwise, even if Vivian temporarily defeated the Dread Lord's will in the future, he could be resurrected at any time. This kind of ancient god that had existed for a long time was far more powerful than a new god. If the Dreadlord's soul was completely destroyed, then Vivian would be the first successor of the Dread clergy. This was much safer than Sauron's original plan of letting Vivian rely on other forces to compete with the Dread Lord for the clergy. This was because eliminating the Dread Lord in this way would completely kill him, and there would be no possibility of him being resurrected. But the price for this was to directly attack the Kingdom of Fear and destroy the Throne of Fear. Otherwise, Sauron wouldn't have prepared to descend his kingdom into the abyss. To him, when the time was right, it was time to start a war with the Kingdom of God. Only by destroying the Dreadlord's kingdom and destroying the Throne of Fear could Sauron truly feel at ease to let Vivian inherit the clergy of Dread. Everything the demon incarnation was doing now, it was all in preparation for when Sauron's kingdom descended into the abyss in the future. P.S. Second update. Continue to ask for public attention on WeChat. Chapter 840. Mordor City, the City Lord's Mansion. During this time, Sauron had been very busy. On the one hand, he had to pay attention to the legendary adventurer team that had just been sent out. On the other hand, he had to learn various legendary spells and study the mysteries of the war chess plane. At the same time, inside the bottomless abyss, the news from the demon avatar also distracted him a little. Because if the high-grade succubus was really the succubus queen, Sauron needed to pay attention to a lot of things. However, it seemed that he had not had a good rest from the beginning to the end. He had been busy from Amber City to the present, and he had hardly enjoyed any leisure life like other transmigrators. If he survived the Avatar crisis safely, Soren might choose to relax for a while. He would not think about anything. As a god, he would live a few years of shameless and comfortable life and relax his nerves that had been tense for too long. But for now, all this was just wishful thinking. The third phase of the transformation of Mordor City was in full swing, but this phase of transformation was more focused on the underground, that is, the underground network of Mordor City. Ordinary people only saw that many places in Mordor City had been paved with cement roads. It had to be said that cement was really a good thing. It could be used to build roads and houses. The only drawback was that it was not as solid as the spell mud to stone. And then the output of Mordor City had not been able to increase. There was no way around it. Although Mordor City had many spellcasters and brilliant alchemy, on the whole, the entire material plane still maintained the level of the late Middle Ages. At best, even organizations like the Wizard City and the Northern Witch Council were at the end of the Age of Great Voyage. The application of firearms had long appeared, but because of the disaster brought by the destruction of the Arcane Empire, many organizations were quite restrained from it, fearing that it would cause more trouble. There was no way around it. Compared to electricity, the magic energy used in this world was more violent and harder to control. A little mistake would be a huge disaster. Even Soren strictly limited it. Otherwise, the Fallen Witch would have already experimented with elemental obliteration. At this moment, under the arcane tower of Mordor City, a huge underground passage was being built. The drainage system of Mordor City was very developed. Soren had already made a plan when he first built Mordor City. Now what he had to do was to perfect the underground network and connect the network of Mordor City into a whole. This was an extremely huge project. Soren and Gloria estimated that it would cost them around 30 million Kindler coins. Even they were shocked by the wealth of the Arcane Empire. They were only in the early stages of the floating city plan, and there were already many floating cities in the Arcane Empire. How much wealth would it take? No wonder the Arcane Empire loved to explore and plunder other planes. Soren even wondered if he should go to the astral plane and see if he could find a meteor made of diamonds. No matter how much it cost, everything that needed to be done was carried out in full swing. The demons of the bottomless abyss had brought a lot of wealth, and the lesser demon lords that had been eliminated had brought a large number of gems and materials. These things were not of much use in the bottomless abyss, and could only be brought to the material plane to play their greatest role. Then the wealth from the Shadow Church also made up for some of it. Coupled with the income from the treasury of Mordor City and Treasure Island, there was no problem in maintaining the progress of the first phase of the project for the time being. But the second phase might not be enough. The second phase of the plan was to build temples. This was a very expensive thing. Soren wanted to expand all the temples to the level of temples, and the Great Temple in Mordor City had to be upgraded to the main temple again. But doing so would cost the equivalent of more than 10 wizard towers. At present, no force in the material plane could afford it. Maybe the kingdom of the goddess of wealth could give it a try. The levels of temples were relatively simple. Altar, the simplest, the altar of the god of hunting, etc. Temple in villages and small towns. Temple in towns and cities. These three were the most common temple levels. After that were the Great Temple, the Main Temple, and the Pantheon Temple. The Great Temple cost a lot of money. At the beginning, Mordor City spent a lot of money to build it, and then the scale of the main temple was even larger. This was no longer a place to serve a single god. Generally speaking, the main temple was the core temple of the main god of a divine system, and other gods would be worshipped. At present, most of the gods who owned the main temple were great divine powers, such as the god of light, the lady of night, the queen of spiders, the king of elves, the orc god system, the lord of storms, and so on. The only exception should be the goddess of agriculture. Although she was only intermediate divine power, she had the goddess of river and lake under her. Finally, there was the Pantheon Temple. This was the largest temple, and its name was the same as the Pantheon Temple where the gods were. It had only appeared a few times in history. The establishment of the Pantheon Temple where the gods' avatars were now was also related to a greater divine power. Generally, only greater divine power was qualified to configure the Pantheon Temple. As a new god, Soren's current limit was the main temple. If he wanted to build more, he would easily attract the hostility of other gods if he didn't have the financial resources to build it. What kind of strength did a god need to have in order to be worthy of a temple? If Soren didn't master the shadow clergy and advance to the intermediate divine power, he probably wouldn't be qualified to build a main temple. Back to the main topic. Soren had been studying level 9 spells and legendary spells for a while. His core spells were mainly Sword of Destruction, Time Stop, Spell Trap, Chain of Accidents, Imprisonment, and Wail of the Banshee. Unfortunately, these legendary spells were difficult to learn, and even gods couldn't master them quickly. Soren didn't know how long it would take to learn all of them. He only hoped that with his god-level understanding, he could master these spells as soon as possible. Other than that, Soren's energy was used to study the war chess plane, Gloria and Fallen, which were responsible for the arcane towers, and the legendary puppet Alice was responsible for the golems. At present, the high level of the city of Mordor had their own duties. Even Saruman had his own duties. The most important thing for him at present was to familiarize himself with the divinity and further improve the divinity brought by the fertilizer. It would be best to turn it into a clergy related to fertility. After this period of research, Soren finally understood a little bit of the core of the war chess plane and changed some of the trials. He was now ready to test it tomorrow. First, he would find a high-grade profession to test the situation and see if the war chess plane could achieve his ideal effect. Chapter 841. Money Wealth. This was a big problem. After carrying out the floating space city plan, Soren suddenly felt that his generous finances were a little tight. Not to mention the very expensive experimental progress of Gloria and Fallen, which, just the first phase of the floating space city plan, had already cost a lot of money. To use a metaphor, building a floating space tower was equivalent to building an aircraft carrier, which was only a little difficult for a country. Then building a floating space city was directly preparing to build a space battleship, Space Fortress. The speed at which all kinds of research materials burned money was simply terrifying. For example, Gloria and Fallen, which, even if there was no progress in their research, at least 30,000 kindlers materials would be burned in a month. Looking at the entire material plane, only Soren and Motor City could afford it. If it were other forces, they would have a financial collapse in an instant. Just ordinary experiments needed to burn 360,000 kindlers materials in a year. If there was a breakthrough in the experimental results, then the cost would increase exponentially. Soren was fine before he started the floating space city plan. After he started it, he felt that even if he was a god, it was really not easy to make money to support these two women who burned money like water. However, if Gloria and Fallen, which were successful, the benefits would be unimaginable. It could almost be said that the progress of the entire civilization would be pushed forward. In short, what Soren and Motor City were doing now was almost single-handedly promoting the progress of civilization in the material plane. So the speed at which they spent money was naturally imaginable. Maybe it was because they had been spending money too fast recently. Soren wanted to pull Princess Royal in. Arendelle still had a lot of wealth anyway. It would be a waste to put it in the treasury. It would be good to use it to climb the alchemy technology tree. As soon as the idea appeared, Soren felt that it was very feasible. So when he had an in-depth conversation with Gloria in the evening, he mentioned his idea a little. He didn't expect Gloria to agree directly. Moreover, Gloria was more knowledgeable than Soren. At that time, Gloria said, "That's a great idea." However, Arendelle also had his own noble forces. If there is no visible wealth, they may not be willing to take out so much wealth. Speaking of which, Gloria got up from the bed naked. As the velvet quilt slid down, her beautiful body was exposed to the air. However, the two of them weren't in the mood to have sex. Gloria waved her hand and took out a piece of paper. She handed it to Soren and said, "This is what I saw when I was flipping through some books. Look. This is called an airship. It was used for a long time in the Arcane Empire. It looks a bit like a ship, but the sails have been replaced with balloons, and a small floating ring has been installed at the bottom. Currently, the entire sea is not as safe as before. Whether it's the South Coast trade, Arendelle's trade, or the Eastern countries trade, it's not something that ordinary merchant ships can satisfy. That's why I'm thinking of trying to modify a batch of airships. If we can make a batch of samples, the trade between the South Coast and Arendelle can be restored, and may even surpass the past. Airship? Soren looked at it, and couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't this thing an airship to him? Why didn't he think of it? After looking at the paper, Soren's mind suddenly became active. He pondered for a moment and said, "How much is the cost? Is it troublesome?" Gloria shook her head and said, "The cost is mainly focused on the floating ring. Currently, we've figured out how to make thorium, but the cost is still above 15,000 Kindler. For specific implementation, we can quote more than 30,000 Kindler. I believe that many chambers of commerce and nobles are willing to pay this money, and the daily maintenance of the airship can also bring in a sum of income. We still have many witches who lack a daily job." Maybe she felt that she was spending too much money. Even Gloria began to think about how to make some money to support the family. She was quite virtuous. "Good idea." Soren put down the paper and put his hand on Gloria's full chest. After kissing her fiercely, he said in a deep voice, "If the airship appears, it can completely make up for the current sluggish trade. And the trade in Mordor City can no longer be limited to sex. That's a great idea. Maybe we can also contact the Church of Wealth. I think the Church of Wealth must be very interested in this thing that can improve trade." Mordor City had a large number of warships and merchant ships. But because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, sea trade was not as easy as before. If some of them could be transformed into airships, then all trade could be restored and safer than before. Because there were fewer enemies in the sky, the only trouble was that the control requirements were much higher than before. I still need to think about how to use this thing. Soren had a lot of ideas as soon as he opened his mind. The airship must still be in his hands. He pondered for a moment and said, "You can start experimenting in the next 2 days. If it succeeds, I'll go to Arendelle in person after a while. At that time, we can first transform our own batch of warships and merchant ships. The trade in the eastern countries has shrunk by nearly 60%. We must pull these back. I think the Northern Witch Council will also be very interested in this thing. You can contact the Eye of the North in person. The airship must need spellcasters to carry out daily maintenance. If we want to expand the scale, we can't do it alone." Gloria also nodded when she heard the words, but there was a hint of blush on her charming face. She raised her hand and patted Soren's fingers and whispered, "It needs spellcasters to carry out daily maintenance. And it's best to have a spellcaster with you when sailing. We only need to firmly grasp the core of the floating ring, and the magic energy drive part of this thing. The rest can be handed over to the Northern Witch Council. But this thing also has a drawback. That is, the cost is too high. It is only suitable for transporting high-value goods. Before the problem of magic energy supply is solved, the profit brought by ordinary trade of goods may not be as good as the consumption." Soren thought for a moment and said, "These can be done slowly. The most important thing for this thing at present is to transport strategic materials, and the things that are currently in short supply. Let's see Arendelle's reaction first, and then consider the next step." After that, Soren picked up Gloria. She provided such a good idea today. Soren felt that he needed to reward her. P.S. Second update. Follow Futu's public WeChat account to support the author. Everything in this book is complementary to each other. Many things have already been linked together. The transformation of the dead man's voice has already foreshadowed this chapter, but I don't know if any of you have thought of it. Chapter 842. Mordor City. Barracks. George came to the barracks early in the morning because there was a selection inside the barracks yesterday. The higher-ups of Mordor City needed to select 3 people to complete a more important task. As the most talented officer class at present, George was undoubtedly trying his best to fight for it. He needed a chance to prove his strength. Shortly after George arrived at the barracks, 2 other people also appeared. One of them was a drow warrior with a cold expression, and the other was a native with a fierce face. These 2 people were also one of the candidates for the task. George also knew one of the natives. His name was Herrick, one of the natives who had recently risen. He was a warrior in charge of sacrifice in the clan. After he was captured by Mordor City and became a slave, he relied on his hard work to become a third-class citizen of Mordor City. Then he directly obtained military service in the Battle of the Demon Invasion, and became an honorary citizen of Mordor City. Herrick could be said to be the idol of many natives. He went from a slave to a new noble class in Mordor City. Only the Order of Mordor City could give these ignorant natives such an opportunity. Are you all here? A man with a cold expression was looking down at the three of them. He had dark skin and a glimmer of light in his eyes. The emblem on his chest represented that he was from the church's Inquisition department. The cold man looked at the three of them, then said in a deep voice, "This is a mission, an important test. My lord personally ordered to select the right candidates. If you're all ready, come with me now." The three of them naturally nodded. There were not many battles in Mordor City at present. They had been looking forward to an opportunity to show their strength for a long time. Then, George and others were brought to the back of Mordor City, which was the forbidden area of the laboratory. Then they passed through a portal, and came to a very strange place. They did not see Sir Soren. The one in charge of arranging them was a northern witch with a cold expression. Next, all three of you will stand in these positions. The northern witch was not young. She looked like a middle-aged woman, but she had a powerful aura, which meant that she used to be a noble in the north. She glanced at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "After walking on these stone platforms, you will enter an illusion. What you need to do is to defeat the enemy in the illusion and try your best to survive. Let's begin." After hearing the words of the northern witch, George could not help but look at the others in surprise. However, the soldiers of Mordor City had long been accustomed to obeying orders. Even if they knew there was danger, they would not hesitate to carry it out, so the three of them quickly came to their respective stone platforms. When the three of them were in position, the northern witch immediately said something to the air. Then, a burst of magic appeared, and George and the others felt dizzy. The canyon stretched as far as the eyes could see. When George and the others recovered, they were no longer at their original location. Instead, they appeared in a huge canyon. The surroundings were shrouded in a dense fog, and many things could be vaguely seen. Is this really an illusion? It feels so real. George looked at his hands, and then sensed his surroundings. He muttered, "Unbelievable. It feels so real." The other two were also surprised. But before they could see their surroundings clearly, a cold metallic voice rang out. "The demonic legion will arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them." As the cold metallic voice sounded, the fog that shrouded the surroundings began to dissipate. Then a huge barracks appeared in front of them. In front of them was a huge weapon rack, followed by 3 barracks on the side. Groups of expressionless soldiers walked out and gathered outside the barracks. "The demonic legion will open the portal soon. Get ready for battle." A general covered in full armor walked out from the middle of the army. He was completely different from the other soldiers. He looked like a real person with rich expressions. This general covered in armor probably had the strength beyond the legendary stage. He glanced at the three of them and said in a deep voice, "The demonic legion will attack in 3 directions. The 3 of you will each lead a team to support the front line." After that, the general waved his hand, and someone moved a heavy wildebeest directly. After that, he rushed to the front line with his personal guards. The 3 of them stayed in place and looked at each other. Now that all the fog had dissipated, what appeared in front of them was a huge barracks. They did not recognize some of the things, but they recognized the black flag erected in the center of the barracks. That was the flag of Mordor City. "What should we do now?" Edu looked at the soldiers waiting for orders and said, "It seems that the higher-ups did not give us a direct order. It seems that they want us to act on our own." Herrick glanced at him with a rather cold expression. After hesitating for a moment, he walked directly towards the soldiers. Soon, he led the soldiers to the battlefield on the left. Perhaps because of the exclusion, many indigenous people have not fully integrated into the city of Mordor. Herrick did not have much contact with other officers, and the indigenous people's brains were not very good. They were a little stubborn. Now he made his choice without saying much to them. The drow warrior on the other side thought for a while, then slowly said, "Let's act according to the situation. The military order has been issued. Let's take our men to support first. We'll see what happens after we defeat the demons." Now that he was in the dark about everything, Ida thought about it and felt that it was better to carry out the order first and observe the situation. So the two of them also took a group of people. Compared to the other two, Ida was obviously weaker, so he chose the middle path where the general went, while the drow warrior chose the right path. Soon the three legions set off respectively. At the top of this space, there was also a pair of eyes quietly watching everything. Changing reality, divine power. The figure in the void looked at the entire canyon and pondered for a moment. Then he waved his hand and the sky turned upside down. On the other side of the canyon, a huge portal appeared, and then three smaller portals appeared one after another. Then a dense number of dretches poured out from it, mixed with some more brutal berserk demons and Hezra demons. The demon army seemed to have received an order, and immediately rushed towards the location of the barracks. Thousands of demons were like a torrent. It seemed that they could crush everything in front of them in the blink of an eye. The three people who had just entered this world did not know their fate. They were carefully leading the army forward. Chapter 843. George led an army and was moving forward. It was quite peaceful along the way. He did not encounter any battles, nor did he encounter any enemies. This canyon looked very big, and there were endless peaks in the distance. He vaguely heard the cry of wyverns, but he didn't know where it came from. However, this leisure did not last long. His long-term training made him extremely vigilant. Soon he found some traces of the enemy. He couldn't help but shout, "There are enemies approaching. Prepare for battle." Ha ha ha. A series of strange and terrifying laughter rang out. And then a few hunched and abnormally ferocious-looking creatures appeared. They looked a bit like women, but their faces were very ugly. They wore tattered robes and held bone staffs in their hands. Not good. George glanced at them and murmured, "It's Hag. Damn it. Everyone attack. Follow me." Hag. A kind of demon from the lower plane. There were Hag among the enemies that invaded Mordor City last time. This was a very difficult enemy to deal with, and they had all kinds of strange spells. The soldiers around him were all ordinary soldiers. If he allowed the Onababas to cast their spells freely, half of them would die in a single round. Now he wasn't thinking about where the Onababas had come from. Instead, he was thinking about how to get close to them without giving them any chance to cast their spells. As a melee profession, George knew very well how terrible the consequences of giving spellcasters enough distance would be. The battle broke out in an instant. George launched a charge in an instant, and then rushed to the front of the Hag. He swung his sword and slashed down. Behind him were the soldiers who received the order to charge. Their strength was about the same as the ordinary legion of Mordor City. They rushed towards the Hag who was casting spells. It had to be said that George's timing was very good. The Hag were casting spells as soon as they saw them, and he did not hesitate to charge and directly interrupted some of them. Then he dragged these Hag into the abyss of close combat. As long as they did not have a chance to cast spells, victory was only a matter of time for George. However, at this time, a cold metal sound suddenly shocked him. Trial failed. Haruk is dead. Teleport away from the battlefield. This prompt not only shocked George, but also the drow warrior on the other side. Meanwhile, on the left side of the canyon, the ground was still littered with corpses. A highly toxic aura permeated the air, and the black mass of soldiers died within it. Haruk was half kneeling in the center, and even though he was already dead, he still remained standing. There were many demon corpses around his body, and there were also quite a few night shamans among them. It was obvious that he had been surrounded and killed by his enemies. Although he had fought to the very last moment, he had still not been able to change the outcome. Death cloud. Judging from the traces of the battle, the human side was almost a one-sided massacre. The reason was simple. Behind the Night Witches, there was a leader who cast the level 5 spell Death Cloud. This was a spell that completely crushed low-level existences. Any creature that couldn't pass the test of death would instantly die within the range of the spell. Ordinary soldiers were unable to resist the power of the death cloud spell, and the human soldiers were slaughtered in large swathes just like that. In the end, even though Herrick had withstood the damage from the death cloud spell, he was unable to defeat so many enemies by himself. In the end, he was surrounded and killed. The first loser appeared. The figure in the void overlooking the entire canyon shook his head and said slowly, "His tactical thinking is too bad. He has no experience in dealing with middle-grade and high-grade spellcasters. His personal combat experience is okay, but it's a pity that such a person can only be a vanguard, not an excellent officer of Mordor." Soren watched all this silently. Herrick's mistake was very stupid in his opinion. As a high-grade warrior, he actually let the enemy cast the Death Cloud spell. It could only be said that he didn't know enough about spellcasters, and his IQ was not very high. Everything had just begun. One of the 3 contestants had died, and the result certainly did not satisfy Soren. However, this was his first test in the war chess world, so the performance of the contestants was not a big deal. He was more concerned about the operation of the entire war chess world. Herrick was dead. As he died in the trial, his spirit would gradually leave the war chess trial, and a trace of his soul energy would also be peeled off when he died and gradually integrated into the entire canyon. Not only that, what surprised Soren was that there was a trace of this soul energy that turned into a connection and was sent to him. This value was very rare, and it might even be less than 100 slaughter EXP. However, Soren could be sure that it was really like a network of faith that connected to him. What was more strange was that it was sent to Herrick during the battle. Soren actually got a trace of slaughter power. It was very rare. This trace of slaughter power was almost negligible. If Soren didn't still have a god-level perception, he would not be able to detect this trace of power at all. But he could be sure that this trace of power was real, and it was transformed by Soren's slaughter domain, just like the power of faith transformed by half-elves, shadow, and ruling clergy. This trace of slaughter power was transformed by Herrick's slaughter domain during the battle. The proportion of conversion was very low. It was far less than the power provided by other believers in Mordor, but it was certain that this trace of power was a bit similar to the power of faith. What's going on? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that he was a little surprised. Is it because of the clergy? The slaughter domain doesn't completely need to kill in reality? The slaughter in this trial can also be transformed into the power of faith? Herrick's will to fight was very strong before he died. Is it because of this? Soren was a little confused at the moment, but after all, he had been a god for a while, so he could analyze some things. For example, the god of war. The war clergy he mastered could provide him with power. If it was a peaceful time, then the divine power of the god of war might even decline to a mid-level divine power. However, once it entered a time of turmoil, even if the believers of the god of war did not increase much, his power could easily reach a great divine power. This was the influence of the clergy. Soren mastered the slaughter domain, and he also received a message from the slaughter clergy. In the final analysis, the entire trial in the battle chess world was for killing. Soren wanted these trial participants to break through themselves in battle and slaughter. This trace of slaughter power might have a direct relationship with this. Now, Soren needed to wait for the results of the other 2 trials to see if the slaughter power would continue to increase. P.S. If you like this book, you can follow Futu's public WeChat account. Chapter 844. First, he had to roll on the ground and beg for monthly votes. Without monthly votes, he had to have integrity. Yesterday, Futu spent a long time to complete the transformation of the slaughter priesthood in the peaceful era. He had lost a lot of brain cells. Don't you want to give me some encouragement? In addition, if you like this book, you can follow Futu's public WeChat account and search for Zhuxing Futu. This book is already in the middle and late stages. After the god line is finished, it will enter the final stage. After that, there will only be a part of the story of the demon Sauron. Futu spent a lot of energy on the whole book. You don't have to worry about the ending. I promise you that I will write this story well, and I have also paid a lot for it. Otherwise, with so many things happening last year, I would have already left when the book was sealed. In order to finish this book well, Futu dragged it out for so long. It was impossible to say that some things were not sullen. Now that a lot of things had been figured out, there was no need to fight over temporary gains and losses. If he wanted it, then let him have it. When he was young, he didn't know anything. He had to suffer some losses and learn to be obedient. As an author, the most important thing for Futu was always to write well, smiling at the wind and clouds. As long as I have confidence in what I write, it doesn't matter where I write. If you like Futu's writing style, remember to follow his WeChat account. 8 years. Finally, he made up his mind to leave. Chapter 845. A roar full of unwillingness and anger suddenly sounded in the war chest demiplane. Then Haruk stood up abruptly, waving his hands as if holding a weapon, then looked around with a blank expression. His spirit stopped at the moment of his death in the trial, because the trial was too real. Even a high-grade profession like him took a while to recover. This was because he had a strong will as a warrior. If he was an ordinary person, he might have entered a state of suspended animation or even died for real. I'm not dead. Haruk looked around blankly, then his eyes gradually regained clarity. His memory was sorted out, and he recalled that the moment of his death was only in the trial of illusion. It was too real. Haruk couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but then he fell into contemplation, and a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. He died just like that. Haruk was sure that his performance was not as good as he expected, because the enemy he encountered was completely wiped out. After a moment of annoyance, the first thing Haruk did was to reflect on himself. This kind of awareness of life and death was not usually encountered, and the reality of death made him reflect more clearly. Haruk thought of many things at this time. First, he felt that he was too reckless, and second, he underestimated the spellcasters too much. If the army had not been wiped out by the Death Cloud spell, he would not have been beaten to death by a group of low-grade demons. His death was too humiliating. As one of the few high-grade warriors among the indigenous people, although Haruk did not fall down at the moment of his death, the way he died was too humiliating. He reflected on himself. Not only did he reflect on his mistakes in action, but he also reflected on his carelessness and his lack of fighting skills against the spellcasters. Haruk had found many loopholes in his own combat techniques, especially when it came to fighting against spellcasters. He stayed in place for a long time thinking. Then Haruk slowly raised his head and walked down the platform. As soon as he took a step, he felt a deep sense of fatigue. This fatigue didn't just come from his mind, but also from his soul. As a high-grade profession, the loss of soul power was nothing to Haruk, and it was not enough to lower his profession level, so he just felt a little weak. Haruk thought that the moment of his death was too real, so it caused him to feel so weak. It couldn't be helped. Soren's trial was 100% simulated, including the feeling and pain before death. It was almost the same as dying for real. It was inevitable that he would feel weak. Although he only died once, Haruk felt that he gained a lot. After all, the experience of facing death was very rare, especially in a situation like this where if it wasn't for the illusion, he would have died. It made him realize that he had made mistakes in his awareness, fighting skills, and decision-making. For a high-grade professional, what they lacked was not the usual exercise, but a breakthrough in the spirit of a certain point. As long as they could break through this point, their strength would be able to touch the realm of legends. For a moment Haruk was tempted to enter and do it again. However, he was mentally exhausted, and he knew that after failing the trial, he should report to the person in charge. But his heart was still a little unwilling to accept this. He didn't die so miserably when the demons attacked last time. He didn't expect that he would be beaten to death by a group of low-grade demons. He felt that if he didn't kill more demons to vent his emotions in the future, today's death experience would be a sore point in his heart. Soren was also observing Haruk's state. It was obvious. After dying in the trial of the war chest demiplane, he entered a weak spirit and a weak soul state. At the moment of Haruk's death, Soren separated the soul energy equivalent to more than 1,000 slaughter EXP. Most of this soul energy was absorbed by the trial of the war chest demiplane, and a small part of it was integrated into Soren's body for some reason. It might have something to do with him being the controller of the war chest demiplane. The spellcasters of the Arcane Empire had always been studying how to use the power of the soul. After today's experience, Soren finally understood why the gods were happy to see the Arcane Empire destroyed. It couldn't be helped. The soul was a forbidden area for the gods. If mortals began to study the soul, it would arouse the dissatisfaction of the gods. This little bit of soul energy was nothing. The natives of this world could improve their strength through daily training and battles. If converted into soul energy, it would be the result of Haruk's training for 2 or 3 days, and this was just ordinary daily training. If it was a real battle, then Haruk's strength would be increased by more than this little bit of slaughter EXP. There was a test in the past. Adventurers trained in the way of the natives' training grounds, and the slaughter EXP gained in a day was about 300 points. This was the early training. If it was a special training method of some organizations, as long as they passed, they could gain about 3,000 slaughter EXP. These training methods were all through training the body to feed back the spirit, and then strengthen the soul. This was a bit like the cultivation of the East. A strong body could allow the monks to feel the existence of qi, and the existence of qi would be fed back to the spirit to strengthen the body. Finally, the spirit would further temper the soul. The biggest difference between the natives was that they often encountered a bottleneck. At this time, they needed to use special methods to break through. The biggest bottleneck that mortals faced was the moment when they touched the realm of legends. Everything was still going on. Although Haruk was dead, the drow warrior and the excellent officer George were still going through the trial. Soren looked down at everything from the perspective of a god, silently observing the expressions of these two people. If he were to use himself as a standard, these two people were obviously not qualified because they were only excellent among ordinary people. However, Soren still found something, that was the drow warrior's fighting skills were better, and George's vision of the big picture was stronger. The latter obviously had the qualifications to be a general. Another thing he found was that when they killed the demons, Soren did not gain anything. On the contrary, when the drow warrior was surrounded by a group of demons and finally died in the hands of the Hezru, Soren suddenly received a little bit of slaughter EXP again. Strange. Killing the illusions in the trial did not yield any rewards, and Soren also did not gain anything during the process of their battle. The time when the slaughter EXP was generated in the trial of war chess was actually the moment when the drow warrior died. Slaughter. This was not just killing others, but also killing oneself at the same time. The time when Soren received the slaughter EXP was the moment when the trial participant was killed. At the moment when the drow warrior was killed by the demon illusion, a very weak slaughter EXP appeared. All of a sudden, Soren seemed to have grasped something very important, and his thoughts suddenly became much clearer. He somewhat understood the core of the slaughter domain. Chapter 846. That was the key. Everything in the war chess trial was just an illusion, but the participants who entered it were real. If these trial takers died in the war chess plane, then their spirit would have truly experienced the process of death. This was the key to the production of the slaughter energy. The moment they were killed, they would really affect reality, but the price was much smaller. They would only lose a little bit of soul energy, and at the same time, they would be weakened for a period of time. Because of this, Soren did not obtain much slaughter energy. The slaughter energy produced after the deaths of 3 participants was equivalent to the official prayer of a devout believer. This little bit of slaughter energy was insignificant. However, Soren saw a lot of things because he had just received a notification about the slaughter priesthood. This meant that the percentage of energy he converted from the slaughter domain was not high. The power converted from a priesthood far exceeded that of a domain. Otherwise, Soren would not want to get a more important priesthood. Next was the second point of this trial. Soren was going to test it, and then use it to train more followers. This meant that in the future, there would be more participants in the trial, and Soren would be able to collect more slaughter energy through this method. At the same time, If Soren could reduce the cost of the trial and expand the scale, then how much more slaughter energy would be generated? Virtual reality. This kind of trial could satisfy the desire to kill in people's hearts. Human emotions, spirits, and beliefs could be used as one of the ways to convert power for gods. In fact, there was a desire to fight in the heart of every man. As a god of the evil alignment, Soren's way of converting power was naturally different from other gods. Take the Dread Lord for example. When his Son of God began to spread fear throughout the material plane, his divine power began to grow stronger. This did not mean that his believers had increased, but because the power of fear had increased, the amount of divine power he could convert also increased. It was the same logic. Soren possessed the slaughter domain, and obtained information about the slaughter domain. The process of this trial was to strengthen the power of slaughter. As a god who controlled the slaughter domain, especially the one who controlled this trial, Soren also obtained a trace of the power of slaughter through this method. This was actually another effective way to increase divine power that he had yet to fully understand. Currently, there weren't many things that could be done in this trial. However, if one day Soren could expand it to the level of virtual reality applications in the interstellar era, then the power generated by this method would be astonishing. Moreover, people needed to vent their emotions. With the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, although the public security in Mordor City was very good, there were still too many professions after all. Daily training could not vent their excessive energy at all, so there were often fights in the taverns of Mordor City during this period. The security team was already a little busy, and the oppressive atmosphere could easily become the fuse of violence. If this trial could be expanded, no one in Mordor City would have the energy to fight in reality in the future. The power of slaughter that Soren collected in this way was not evil, and he did not need to spread death to strengthen his power like other gods. Soren could also balance the power of slaughter in this way, reducing and venting the desire to kill in people's hearts. But as long as this trial still existed, then even if Soren did not kill in reality, his divine power would continue to grow. This was simply an unimaginable discovery. The gains from this test of the chess demiplane were simply too great. But Soren immediately found a problem, that was, he had no way to expand this trial at present. This required very high-end alchemy, and at the same time, a very powerful superbrain to complete the daily operation of the trial. This meant that Soren needed an assistant with amazing computing power. In other words, he needed a very powerful Thaling to help him maintain the daily trial and deal with various situations in the trial. The difficulty was no less than making a virtual reality game. Of course, Soren was not without an opportunistic way. He could first narrow the scope of the trial and control it inside the canyon. All the trial participants would move within this range, limiting the framework to this range, and then enrich the content. Anyway, he didn't really want to create a virtual reality game, but to provide a trial space for people. In this way, the difficulty would be directly reduced a lot. All the trial participants would be thrown into the war against the demons in the canyon, giving them a chance to train themselves between life and death. As for the other framework and content, Soren could slowly add it over time. However, in this way, Soren still had a problem to solve. That was how to let more trial participants enter the war chess half-bit wall. It turned out that there were only so many alchemy devices that could send the trial's spirit into the illusion, and they were very large, extending to the entire half-bit wall. It could even be said that the war chess half-bit wall was the network of the illusion trial. And what Soren needed to do was to create more interfaces for this network. This was not something that Soren could do with his current level of alchemy. He had to ask Gloria for help. Only Gloria and Fallen which could analyze the alchemy device that transported the illusion, and then recreate a batch of it, and it would be best to shrink it into a specific device. This difficulty was no less than creating a virtual cabin. Gloria and Fallen which had a lot of things to do. At present, the floating space tower was the focus, and he was afraid that they might not have time to study this. Soren thought for a while, but there was still no breakthrough. It's a pity that I can't connect to the Divine Kingdom now. Soren pondered for a long time and then sighed. Otherwise, I can try to integrate the war chess half-bit wall into the Divine Kingdom. This way, I can directly connect to the belief network through the divine kingdom, and use the belief network in the inner layer of the magic net as a carrier. If I have the belief network as a support, it's much easier to enter the illusion of the war chest half-bit wall, but this will definitely alarm the goddess of magic. It's equivalent to directly transforming the magic net into a network. When Soren thought of this, it was basically an assumption that failed. Because although he had a close relationship with the goddess of magic, the goddess of magic might not be willing to try such a dangerous thing. The magic net was her foundation, and the goddess of magic would certainly not be willing to take this risk. Otherwise, Soren could even boldly create a certain spell, with a casting device, and then directly use the magic net to transmit the trial participant's spirit to the war chest half-bit wall. One must know that the virtual reality of the interstellar era had the same structure after being disassembled. The impact of this matter was too great. Soren thought about it, and still felt that he had to take the long view. But if it was successful, it would be of no less help to him than the research of the floating space city. Because slaughter was in the process of the trial, and death was also in the process of the trial. P.S. If you like this book, you can follow Futu's WeChat public account. Chapter 847. Soren's power came from the death of the trial taker. The test from the war chest plane involved too many things, because it also involved the source of the divine realm. That was where the power of faith came from. Spirit? If it was really spirit, then the source of faith could not be limited to the material plane. Slaughter could draw energy from the trial. Then what about death? What about war? If the illusion of the war chest trial had no effect, then when the number of trial takers reached a certain number, could it completely replace the illusion? Soren gained very little energy through the war chest trial, but when the amount accumulated to a certain extent, the quantitative change had begun to cause qualitative change. As a high god, Soren's life was immortal, so he had enough time to study all this. At this moment, Soren found that if he survived the Avatar crisis safely, he would not have to worry about having nothing to do for the next few hundred years. The preliminary test results of the war chest plane had come out. When the 3 trial takers died, Soren waved his hand to turn off the energy supply of the war chest trial, and then began to sort out the data collected by the divine perception. The power comes from the death of the trial takers. Most of the consumed energy comes from the elemental pool. Maybe I can test the combat mode of the trial takers after a while. Soren thought about it and recalled many popular virtual combat simulations in his previous life. He needed to see if there would be any changes in the combat between the trial takers, because the demon scene in the war chest plane could not test too much data. And the most important point was that the war chest plane was dangerous. Soren needed to ensure the safety of the trial takers and reduce their cost and side effects to a certain extent. If he wanted to promote it in the future, he would definitely not just let high-grade professions enter. Ordinary people might really die in the real world after entering it. This was a very important problem. Soren had to solve this problem, even if the collected power would be a lot less. Of course, he still had some bolder ideas in his mind at the moment, such as letting Mordor enter the era of professionals. It wasn't difficult for a commoner to become a professional because there was a great profession called warrior. As long as a commoner's talent wasn't too bad and their body didn't have any innate defects, then they could become a warrior through regular training. The militia training of Mordor City had trained many warriors, but unfortunately, most of them had very low professional levels. They were basically level 1 to 3, and with time they could reach level 3 to 5. If a warrior wanted to break through level 5, then they needed a certain amount of talent and on-the-spot combat. In the real world, the warriors' on-the-spot training either depended on fighting or fighting in person. If the war chest plane could make up for this, Soren could form a perfect balance between the cost and the gain. Through the war chest plane, ordinary warriors could be trained in the real world to make up for their energy consumption. Once this perfect balance was formed, the number of warriors in Mordor City would greatly increase. At that time, at least 70% of the adult males in Mordor City would be able to become warriors. Of course, it was still difficult for ordinary families to afford the nutritional consumption of meat to train a warrior. If Soren really needed to do this, he must get financial subsidies from the city hall. However, the location of Mordor City was overseas, and there was no shortage of fish overseas. In this regard, meat was not a problem. The key was the need for a systematic training model. When Soren left the war chess half-plane, all 3 contestants were also sent out. Unsurprisingly, all 3 of them ended in death. The only difference was that Haruk died from the siege of the low-grade demons, and the Drow warrior died from the decapitation of the mid-grade flying demons. The only one who lasted the longest was Edu. He fought until the last soldier was killed by the demons, but at that time, he had killed more than 3 times the demon army. Soren could not help but pay more attention to this person. It seemed that he came from Autumnfall and seemed to have potential. Soren even knew his name. Among the 3 of them, Haruk's personal strength was the highest, the Drow warrior was the best at one-on-one fighting, and Edu was the most strategic. They could all be talents if they were trained. The environment could create talents, because Mordor City had many opportunities that other cities would never give them. Even a slave in Mordor City would have a bright future as long as he had the ability and was willing to work hard. The test is complete. Gloria was waiting for Soren in the laboratory. When she saw him appear, she whispered, "What's the result?" Soren thought for a moment and said, "Very good. But there are still some problems." "Right. How's the research on the floating ship?" Gloria stretched out her hand, and a projection appeared in front of Soren. This was a spell similar to Mirage, which was the research result of the Northern Witch Council. She looked at Soren and smiled. She pointed to the mirror image in front of her and said, "It's almost successful. The only problem at present is the energy drive. Although it can be charged in Mordor City, it can only be done by wizards in other places. According to the tests of my apprentices, it takes about 2,000 Kindler to go back and forth from Arendelle to Mordor City." Gloria already had an independent witch group under her. She was originally a high-ranking member of the Northern Witch Council. If she had the status and resources of Mordor City, she would already have an independent witch group of more than 100 people. 2,000 Kindler? Soren frowned when he heard this. Although Arendelle was far from Mordor City, the consumption of 2,000 Kindler, plus the consumption of the sailors, could reach more than 3,000 Kindler. In other words, the floating ship could only carry out the trade of at least 3,000 Kindler in theory. This was tantamount to denying the transportation of the most basic food and daily necessities, because a ship's cargo might not be as high as the freight, but other expensive goods were not a problem. Very good. After thinking about it, Soren said in a deep voice, "I'll leave for Arendelle in a while. It just so happens that there is a batch of goods that needs to be transported from the Northern Witch Council recently. When the time comes, try to get 3 floating ships, and we'll do a preliminary test." After the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the trade routes on the mainland were basically blocked by various wandering monsters. If Soren could do this well, Mordor City would soon have a steady stream of funds. Gloria nodded gently, then raised her hand to lift her long hair and said, "Pastor Jean seemed to want to visit me yesterday. It seems that the Church of Riches also knows about this. If we operate it well, we may be able to get a lot of money from it." What was the most important thing for the Lady of Riches? It was not making money. It was to continue to maintain the prosperity of trade. Even if the Church of Riches paid for it, it would be fine because the prosperity of trade was closely related to her priesthood. Soren needed a lot of money now. A lot of money, because not only Gloria's experiment needed money, but he also needed a lot of money for the transformation of the war chess plane. And the amount of money would be very large. Chapter 848. Everything in the city of Mordor was built with money. Soren had never pursued any luxury. All his accumulated wealth was either used to improve his strength or subsidize the consumption of the city of Mordor. Otherwise, Soren could definitely live a more luxurious life than a king, but as a god, he did not care about material enjoyment at all. In the future, as long as he entered the divine kingdom, then Soren could do whatever he wanted, because there was a kingdom's resources for him to squander. 3 days later, it was a very peaceful day. However, for the residents of Mordor, There were still a lot of novelties today, such as a ship docked in midair at the dock. At this moment, many people had gathered around the port of Mordor, not only the residents of Mordor, but also many merchants from the south coast and other places. At this moment, they all looked at the airship in front of them in shock. They weren't unfamiliar with this thing because, from an outsider's point of view, the entire airship was a boat. It was just that the sails had been replaced by balloons, and a propeller-like object had been installed at the rear. Merchants were born with a keen vision to pursue profits. So when they saw the airship for the first time, they realized the huge business opportunity hidden in it, and then they inquired about it from the higher-ups of Mordor through their own connections. The officials of the city hall had met several groups of people who wanted to send gifts and inquire about information today. In particular, some old chambers of commerce controlled by aristocrats on the south coast directly asked if the floating space tower was for sale. As long as they were willing to sell it, the price was not a problem. Business opportunity was only one aspect. On the other hand, the forces behind the merchants realized the strategic value of the airship. Although this thing was far inferior to the floating space tower of Mordor, if a warship could fly, and there were several cannons on it, it was also amazing combat power. At least you could defeat a lot of enemies in the sky. The situation was better than Sauron had imagined, because on the first day of the airship's display, many people had expressed interest in it. There were also aristocrats from the Chamber of Commerce in Arendelle, who secretly said that they could buy it at a high price. At this moment, recently, Soren and Gloria were in dire need of money, so they didn't hold back. Seeing that the response was good, they immediately doubled the price. A standard airship modification cost 60,000 Kindler coins. The net profit was about 45,000 Kindler units. Even though Soren had offered such a high price, a batch of floating space tower modifications were quickly sold out. The Northern Witch Council ordered one, the Wizard Alliance ordered one, probably to buy it back for research. Then the nobles of Arendelle ordered 3 custom-made ships. There were many old nobles in the wealthy Arendelle who had accumulated a lot of wealth. Followed by 1 order from the Southern Duchy, and 2 orders from the Chamber of Commerce of the Eastern Kingdom. Even the Chamber of Commerce, secretly controlled by the Principality of Rossard, secretly placed a batch of orders. Soren naturally wouldn't go against money. The technical content of the airship was not high. The core was still the application of energy and floating space ring. Part of the technology of floating space ring had been sold, but the core material for the production of thorium was still in his hands. In other words, even if the Wizard Alliance and the Northern Witch Council knew how to make floating space rings, they still needed to buy the materials from Mordor City. There was no need to worry about this because the production of thorium required the synthesis of things from the astral world, and the production in Mordor City was not very high. Finally, it was from the Church of Riches. The Lady of Riches was indeed the richest god. She directly placed 12 orders. 12 airships were 720,000 Kindler units, and Soren made a net profit of nearly 540,000 Kindler units. It had to be said that high-end alchemy technology was really profitable. Soren received the orders sent by the officials of the City Hall on the same day, as well as the deposits paid by many Chamber of Commerce forces. The amount was huge, reaching a terrifying amount of more than 300,000 Kindler units. As long as all the current orders were completed, Soren would earn nearly 800,000 Kindler units in one breath. It was far more than the tax on maritime trade. This is daylight robbery. Soren looked at the order statistics in front of him happily and said to Gloria next to him, "At this rate, we will soon be able to raise enough funds for the second phase of expansion." Gloria's expression was quite calm, and she slowly said, "The alchemy technology required for the airship is not high. The Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance will definitely copy it. At most, in a month or 2, they will be able to make their own airships. I'm afraid our future orders will only be from the south coast. In the future, the focus should be on thorium. Making the floating ring is absolutely inseparable from thorium. Even if they understand the technology, they must buy thorium from Mordor City." Soren nodded and said, "It makes sense. But the number of airships should be a lot by then, and the trade should be restored by then. A conservative estimate. The research of the airships could bring Mordor City about 3 million Kindler units of wealth, and these were all in cash. When the trade was restored, the taxes of Mordor City would also begin to increase. All kinds of benefits would be endless, which greatly made up for the current huge capital consumption of Mordor City. In fact, the Church of Riches had always wanted to send money to Sauron. It was just that Sauron didn't want it. If he took the money from the Church of Riches, he would have to give up a lot of things in Mordor City. Sauron absolutely didn't want the Church of Riches to touch everything inside Mordor City. Letting them develop in the port was already Sauron's limit. The interior of Mordor City must be absolutely in his hands. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Sauron received a message from the High Priest. After defeating a group of sea monsters, they successfully approached the location of the pirate island. But they hadn't landed on the island yet, because it had become the habitat of the Quatones. This was a kind of large fishman. Some Quatones were more than 2 meters tall when they stood up. They were far more difficult to deal with than the dark-scale fishmen, or other fishman species. Looking at the entire sea area, only the Sharkman could fight against them. There was a message sent back by the High Priest that interested Sauron. It said, "My lord, near the pirate island, I feel chaotic magic power. This is not a dead magic area, but I can feel a kind of restriction. It's a bit like a lock, but it's not certain yet. However, low-level spellcasters can easily fail to cast spells here. It's as if there's a force imprisoning the energy here. I suspect it's because of the anti-magic prison, but I'll have to wait until we enter to be sure. P.S. Second update. Follow Stupa on WeChat to make up for your moral integrity." Chapter 849. The existence of the anti-magic prison was very special. For a long period of time, it was used to imprison spellcasters who made mistakes. Moreover, there was an incomparably powerful adept organization behind this prison. This wizard organization was one of the cores of the Arcane Empire. Its strength was far more powerful than the current Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance. The name of this organization was called the Masked Mages Association. There were very clear records. The Masked Mages controlled a powerful magic lock. Within the range of this magic lock, they could even monitor any spell casting. Since a long time ago, the Masked Mages Association began to sell casting licenses within their own sphere of influence. Only by spending money to buy their casting licenses could one cast spells within their sphere of influence. Otherwise, as long as you dared to cast spells outside, even if it was just a small arcane missile, they would find out and find your location. Under normal circumstances, the first violation was just a warning. But if you violated it a second time, the Masked Mages would attack, capture, or even kill you. This was the rule of their organization. This behavior was naturally nothing to worry about. Because the Masked Mages Association had long been destroyed with the Arcane Empire, Sauron was concerned about another point. That was, the Masked Mages Association had mastered the magic net monitoring technology. That's right. They could already monitor the magic net. Although the Masked Mages Association used the power of the magic lock to monitor the magic net in a small area, they could find people who misused magic within their sphere of influence, which already represented some kind of very high-end technology. This technology was of great value to Sauron, because if he could transfer it to the city of Mordor, then any signs of casting spells within the city of Mordor could not escape his eyes. He could even use the power of the magic lock to accurately lock the position of the spellcaster. At first, the Masked Mages Association only studied this technology to sell casting licenses, but by the time of the Arcane Empire, this thing had become the symbol of many floating cities. That was, without a casting license, the abuse of magic was not allowed inside the floating city. Sauron immediately relayed the news to Gloria after receiving the news from the High Priest. Gloria and the Fallen Witch were obviously very interested in the Masked Mage Guild's magic lock technology. However, the High Priestess and the others had yet to discover anything, so everything would have to wait until they found the anti-magic prison. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. In the blink of an eye, April was coming. During this time, the material plane seemed to be calm, but it was turbulent below. The spies sent by Soren frequently learned about the movements of the elven army, including the High Elves, who had repeatedly appeared at the border of the Orc kingdom. The battle was about to begin. The invasion of the Orc god system had finally angered the High Elves. According to history, Soren estimated that the master god of the elven god system had already entered the elven court. The war was about to break out. This battle between races was a continuation of hatred. The master god of the orcs had lost his eye, so he had endless hatred for the elf god system. Should I make a move? At this moment, in the hall of Motor City, Soren had a map in front of him. On it there were some markings on the location of the elves and orcs. This battle was a battle between the gods. The result of the final outbreak was very terrifying. At least 5 gods were fighting in the battle. The danger was far higher than other conflicts. Although Soren wanted to reduce the disaster of the Avatar crisis, this level of battle between the gods was not something he could intervene in alone. Forget it. Soren sighed and shook his head. He put away the map in front of him and murmured, "Let them fight. If this battle is not fought, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, will have no chance. Maybe the trajectory of history will begin to change dramatically. Besides, the invasion of the Orc god system may have something to do with the Queen of Spiders." Everything that could not be changed was coming. The hatred between the Orc god system and the Elf god system directly led to the war. A large-scale war would break out on the border around April. At that time, both the elves and the orcs would suffer heavy losses. I can predict the attack of the demons in advance, but the battle between the gods is difficult to change. Soren frowned and fell into deep thought. He could certainly develop in the outer islands for a while, but the outside world was so chaotic. Now the material plane did not have the support of the 3 million paladins. He really did not know if he could survive the last wave of demons and devils. After all, the conspiracy of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, dragged the entire material plane into the Bator Inferno. The plane was not constant. Of course, when the power reached a certain level, the law of the world could also be changed. In other words, as long as the power was enough, even the law of the material plane could be forcibly changed into the space of the lower plane. "My lord." A slender figure appeared in front of Soren. She was quite beautiful. It was a half-elf rogue. With the strengthening of Soren's power, there were more and more rogues in the church. Half-elves had the advantage of agility, and there were many who had the potential to become excellent rogues. Soren looked down at her and said slowly, "What's the matter?" The slender and tall half-elf knelt on the ground respectfully and then said, "A group of clergymen and priests from the Church of the Lord of Light have recently entered the Principality of Rossard. It seems that it has something to do with the identity of the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon of the Principality of Rossard. They vaguely accused the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon of being a follower of the devil. At present, the Principality of Rossard is in a state of panic, and many nobles are watching." "Is it going to start?" Soren smiled when he heard that. He waved his hand and said, "I see. You can go now." The half-elf rogue bowed and left. Soren looked at the direction of the Principality of Rossard with a sly smile. He was the one who spread the news about the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon being involved with the devil. He didn't expect the Church of Light to react so quickly this time. It hadn't even been a month or two, and they were already preparing to take action against the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon. "Very good." Soren glanced at the map and murmured, "With the Church of the Lord of Light attacking the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon, I think she won't be able to do anything for the time being. And the archdevil behind her should have a headache. In this case, the devil's plan should be delayed a lot. I can also buy a lot of time. Then next, I should find time to go to the astral plane." Thinking of this, Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His strength was getting stronger and stronger, and there weren't many things that were valuable to him in the material plane. Maybe he should consider digging out the treasures in a few places in the astral plane. It was a pity that the others hadn't been successfully cultivated. Otherwise Soren could explore the corpse of an ancient god floating in the astral plane. Chapter 850. After messing with the Duke of Red Dragon's wife, Soren felt refreshed. However, he still felt that he needed to think about the ancient gods because anything related to the ancient gods was too tempting. The average challenge level was above level 25, and there was a chance that it could reach level 30. Back in the day, even true gods were defeated by the ancient gods. Although there were corpses of ancient gods in the astral plane, they could not be careless, because they were the oldest existences in the multiverse. Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell, must be mentioned first. Because he was the creation of the ancient gods, Asmodeus' qualifications were older than many of the old gods of today. The only one who could be compared to him was Luoshanda's previous life, who was once the ancient god Sun God. The Sun God fell because of a catastrophe, and the soul of the god was reincarnated into the Lord of Dawn, Luoshanda. Then Luoshanda was promoted to the Lord of Light, after the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom. In fact, if one looked carefully, all the sources of power of this god were interconnected. There was an inscription left in the age of thorium. It described Asmodeus as follows. In the beginning of the universe, chaos was everywhere. The demons came uninvited. They represented chaos in the first place. Time had not yet appeared, and due to the nature of chaos, demons killed each other in every part of the universe. This chaos was unbearable for the entire universe, so another force appeared to fight against it, order. The war between the order and the demons began. These newly born gods of order are wearing armor made of pure order power, and they have taken up weapons for their ideals. Then they launched a fierce attack on the demons. This war lasted for countless centuries. The gods of order created a holy book to record their achievements. They also created time because they wanted to know how long it would take to achieve the final victory. Gradually, the gods of order felt that there was no end to the demons. They were tired of the war, and wanted to focus on other things, such as creating worlds and intelligent creatures. They first created warriors with beautiful wings as servants, and gave them divine spells. These glorious creatures were called angels. Among all the angels, Asmodeus was the most brave and the most beautiful. He has killed more demons than any other angel, and even more than any god. But as the eons passed, Asmodeus and the other angels began to pick up some of the characteristics of their enemies. Gradually, their originally beautiful appearance became ugly, and the god of order and other angels began to fear them. That was the end of the inscription. The god of order recorded in the inscription was one of the oldest gods in the multiverse. Strictly speaking, Soren's current divine form belonged to the third generation of gods. The first generation of gods were the ancient gods of order. They didn't need the power of faith, and they had terrifying divine power. The second generation of gods were the ancient gods of the plane. The representatives were Mother Gaia, Lord of Storms, Father Oak, and so on. These ancient gods didn't need faith in the past, but now some of them did. Some gods who had given up their priesthood, such as Mother Gaia, also didn't need faith. This was a change in the laws of the universe. The universe was balancing the power of the gods. Therefore, the laws of the gods were also changing. When Soren and the third generation of gods appeared, faith was closely related to the power of the gods. Unless one reached the level of greater divine power, faith could measure the foundation of a god. The huge bodies floating in the astral plane were the first generation of ancient gods. They had many names. If one wanted to, they could even be called titans. Of course, this was just a special name. This was because in the wild field of the multiverse, there was a silent divine kingdom called the Sacred Mountain of Olympus. The full name of the wild field must be mentioned here. Its full name was the Wild Field of the Olympian Forest. Just like the mechanical mirror of Nirvana, these planes all had full names. The name Titans came from this plane, and it was also a unique name for the ancient gods. These were the ancient gods. They had long disappeared in the long river of history. Only some huge bodies were still floating in the astral plane. They all died in the hands of demons. However, they weren't the demons of today. Instead, they were the chaotic species that were even more ancient than the demons of Orbis. The full names of the planes represented history, and also had a special meaning. The full names of the planes that Soren knew were the Garden of Joseph in the Hero Domain, Sea of Chaos in the Eternal Chaos, Chaotic Tunnel in the Wind Howling Abyss, Bottomless Abyss, Casterly in the exile abyss, Hades in the gray field, scorching hell in the eternal desolation, Bator Inferno in the 9 levels of hell, Hell's battlefield, mechanical mirror of nirvana, Xanadu in the peaceful kingdom, mountain paradise in the 7 hills of heaven, twin paradise in the twin of Eden, paradise in the blessed land, wild field in the endless wilderness, wild field in the Olympian forest, and outer realm of harmony. This was the multiverse. Countless planes, large or small, made up everything in the multiverse. Even as a god, what Soren saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Just like the pantheon, even the gods could only see a small area of the structure. The era of the ancient gods had passed. As for their power, it was difficult for the gods to guess. They could only be sure that they were the original existences that created many planes. Now there were very few gods who had the ability to create planes. This had even become one of the benchmarks of the greater divine power. And the 17 planes above were all created in the era of the ancient gods. Soren gradually woke up from his contemplation. Soon he seemed to think of something. He patted his head and said, "How could I forget this? The secret of the Null God, Yinagu." As if he had just woken up, Soren quickly rushed to the study, and then opened many ancient books. He was looking for something. He was looking for a very old record about the Null God, Yinagu. On the 422nd floor of the abyss, this is the domain of the Storm Lord, the demon of Obylis Backhard. Although the betrayal of the demon Tana finally cut off Bachard's connection with this floor, and drained his vitality from his huge lifeless shell. The pain of Obylis' death had lasted for countless years. Now this huge and strange demon was similar to a twisted beached whale. He could not move on his own, and could only be exposed to the scorching sun of this floor. Over and over again, the coastal rock formations that supported his half-dead body were smashed by violent hurricanes or treacherous winds and acid rain. Bachard's once perfect control of the weather was inadvertently triggered by the unbearable pain of slow death. Although he was no longer able to speak, Backhard still retained a fragment of his once boundless consciousness. If he communicated through telepathy, he would talk in a slow and melancholy tone about an era long before the birth of Tanari, about the rise and fall of the oldest demons. And a trusted frequent visitor might even hear Backhard say that demons didn't originate from the bottomless abyss. Instead, they migrated here from another place after abandoning a race of evil creators that had already disappeared in the long river of history. Soren's finger stopped on this page of the ancient book. Then, as if he thought of something, his body trembled a little. Obylis demon. There's information about the first generation of demons. There's no need to think about the ancient god's corpse now. This Obylis demon sealed in the territory of the Null God has at least intermediate divinity, or even great divinity. If I can take away the power he participated in, then I can have the ability to independently explore the ancient god's corpse. This ancient demon lord Orbis, who was close to death, was the biggest secret of the Null God, Yinagu, and one of the most common visitors. If he hadn't thought of the ancient gods today, Soren would have almost forgotten about this huge ancient demon stranded in the bottomless abyss. This was a very ancient existence among the Obylis demons, and he even had a direct connection with the first generation of demons. And those ancient gods' corpses floating in the astral world died in the hands of the first generation of demons. P.S. Second update. This volume is coming to an end. The next volume is the content of the ancient god line. Chapter 851. Same old rules. After thinking about it, he decided to tidy up and start writing the 8th volume tomorrow. Yes, that was all. Those with monthly votes could vote for it. Chapter 852. Rolling all over the floor begging for monthly votes. If you don't give monthly votes, you won't take any medicine. You're still cute even if you don't take any medicine. Let me ask you, are you afraid? The double monthly vote seems to have started. Everyone who has monthly votes, please vote for it. The prequel storyline of the 3 death gods has been filled up. The appearance of the 3 death gods from the previous generation to the Dread Lord has been explained. In order to praise Futu for filling up a hole, shouldn't you all vote for a monthly vote to celebrate? Chapter 853. It was drizzling. A strong smell of blood covered this plain. There was a huge gully in front of them. It was the earth that was torn apart by some terrible force. In the distance, there was an ancient tree that was still burning. Even the rain could not extinguish the flames on its body. The bodies of orcs and elves were mixed together. The dense corpses were piled up at the forefront. There were broken armors and weapons everywhere. Not far away, there was the body of a giant bear. This behemoth, which was about 4 or 5 meters tall, had now been killed by a giant axe. Obviously, there had been a fierce battle here. From the situation of the battlefield, there was no winner between the two sides, but the elves' loss was obviously greater. It was still a peaceful day in Motor City. As April was coming to an end, the impact finally broke out. A war broke out between the elves and the orcs. The final result was that there was no winner. The elven divine system and the orc divine system were not much different in strength. Neither side could completely defeat the other. There was also more and more news about the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune. Although the two twins of destiny had not directly fought, the battle in the dark had become more and more obvious. What made Soren quite concerned was that the figure of the goddess of fortune seemed to appear in Arendelle. When he met the incarnation of the goddess of misfortune, it was also near Arendelle. There didn't seem to be much of a change. Time passed little by little, and the adventurer team sent by Soren had arrived at the pirate island. The news from the Eastern Kingdom was also very good. Gloria's witches had built a base in the New World. However, everything came to an end in May. It was a seemingly normal day, at least in the morning. But when the afternoon came, everything in the entire material plane changed. Soren disconnected from the divine network in an instant, and then the divine light above the cathedral of Motor City became dim. At this moment, all of Soren's priests lost the ability to cast divine spells, and all the wizards and priests in the entire material plane could not cast any spells at all. The magic network disappeared. An invisible force that enveloped the entire world disappeared. The first to react was Soren. He took the initiative to connect to the faith of the city of Mordor almost instantly, and then used his god-level computing ability to bestow divine spells to his believers. The second batch of people who felt the disappearance of the weave were legendary wizards like Gloria. She appeared in front of Soren almost instantly and said with a serious expression, "The goddess of magic is in trouble. We have no way of connecting to the weave." This storm silently affected the entire material plane. The Northern Witch Council activated the magic lock almost instantly, and a light rose from Arendelle's palace. The Wizard Alliance was temporarily closed to the outside world, and then a light curtain enveloped the entire city. The brilliance of all the temples in the material plane dimmed, but the first to recover were the many great divine powers, followed by the gods with intermediate divine powers. As for the gods with weak divine powers and below, the brilliance of their temples had been reduced by more than 30%. Something happened to the goddess of magic. At this moment, all the gods in the material plane, whether good or evil, had been aware of this, because the existence of the weave was not only for all wizards, but also for the space above the 9th layer of the weave, which had been transformed into a divine network to help the gods return faith and bestow divine spells to their believers. But now that the weave of faith had disappeared, the gods could only rely on their own ability to feed back divine spells to their believers. Otherwise, the priests who served them would not be able to cast any divine spells. Soren's expression was very solemn. He glanced at Gloria and sighed. "I didn't expect this to happen in the end." The goddess of magic was in trouble. Soren was not sure if she had fallen, but judging from the disappearance of the weave, she was definitely in serious trouble now. The weave collapsed. Although Soren had shortened the time of the outbreak of this catastrophe and made a lot of efforts, he did not expect it to happen in the end. The weave of faith had disappeared along with the weave. The power of the gods was weakening. If the weave was still around, the gods could still crush the mortals. But now, with the collapse of the weave of faith, the process of the weave of faith had become even more difficult for the gods to recover their divine power. The disappearance of the weave made all the spellcasters feel uncomfortable. Even Soren, who had become an arcanist, found it difficult to cast spells without the help of the weave. It was at least several times more difficult than before. Fortunately, he had already expected this, and Gloria and the others were already prepared. But even so, with the disappearance of the weave, a large number of spellcasters in the material plane would lose their power. Their talent would not be enough to master spells. Half of the witches would be crippled. Many of the witches would only be able to cast low-level spells below the third circle. As for organizations like the Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance, they would probably be facing an even more serious crisis now. The two of them looked at each other without saying a word. The collapse of the weave was a serious blow to the material plane. While it weakened the power of the mortals, it also weakened the power of the gods. The demons and devils would be ready to make a move. What do we do now? The sudden loss of the weave's connection made Gloria a little flustered. She looked at Soren and said, "Without the support of the weave, we will be in a lot of trouble." Soren looked at her and nodded. "Don't panic. You should get used to casting spells without the weave. The great arcanists have always cast spells without the weave. With your talent, you should be able to get used to it quickly. The research progress can be slowed down temporarily. Although the weave has disappeared, I don't sense the fall of the goddess of magic." The goddess of magic was not dead yet. After hearing Soren's words, Gloria couldn't help but calm down a lot. However, at this moment, the figure of the fallen witch also appeared. Her expression was a little panicked, but she still remembered something more important. She looked at Soren and her daughter in front of her and said in a deep voice, "The weave has disappeared. I just returned from the shadow plane. The shadow weave that extended to the shadow plane has also disappeared." "What? The shadow weave has also collapsed?" Soren couldn't help but be startled. Then, as if he thought of something, he muttered, "Could it be that something happened to the goddess of night? The weave and the shadow weave disappeared at the same time. Could it be that the two goddesses had a secret battle?" Chapter 854. The month of May had just begun. The whole world seemed to be in chaos. The power of the gods had suffered a heavy blow. They were forced to leave their divine realms because of the Avatar crisis. At the same time, they had lost their divine forms. Now they could not even access the Faith Network. The power of mortals had also been hit hard. Many spellcasters could not sense the weave, and the low-grade spellcasters who were not talented enough had almost completely lost the ability to cast spells. The collapse of the weave made them feel very uncomfortable. They had been used to the convenience of the weave, and after losing it, they could not control the chaotic magic energy. The role of the weave was not only to provide convenience, but also to restrain the magic energy within the range of the weave. This chaos quickly spread to the Underdark, because on this day, the spellcasters in the Underdark suddenly found that they could not cast spells. This was because the shadow weave had also disappeared. The shadow weave, which was originally created by the Lady of Night imitating the goddess of magic, disappeared at the same time as the weave. Not only were the spellcasters of the Underdark unable to cast spells, but even the priests of the Queen of Spiders had temporarily lost their ability to cast divine spells. For a time, the order of the entire Underdark that was ruled by the female priests with great power was challenged. There were a lot of riots in many drow cities, and the male clan members were all ready to move. The weave had collapsed. Although the whereabouts of the goddess of magic were still unknown, no one was interested in continuing to fight. The Lady of Night's traces had also disappeared. She was no longer responding to the prayers of the believers, and the shadow weave showed no signs of recovery. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the underground city of the Underdark, there had been enough turmoil in the past 3 days, and there had been a lot of killings. However, a light appeared on the temple of the Queen of Spiders. The Queen of Spiders, who had not responded to the prayers of the believers for 3 days, suddenly reconnected to the believers. Then many female priests recovered their divine powers. They quickly and cruelly suppressed all the riots, and then took the power of the entire underground city and clan in their hands. The shadow weave had disappeared. However, the gods of the Underdark reacted quickly. 3 days later, the The priests who served them had recovered their divine powers. The gods were adapting to the days without the divine network. Even Soren had to spend more time and energy answering the prayers of his believers and giving his priests divine spells. At the same time, Soren noticed that the rate at which his divine power was increasing had slowed down. There was still no news from the goddess of magic. The Northern Witch Council was in turmoil, but fortunately, the Eye of the North was in charge. Now the Northern Witch Council had issued a blockade order and temporarily cancelled most of their activities. The entire organization had fallen into a state of retreat. Without the help of the weave, many witches became very weak. Some of them didn't even dare to walk out of their adept's tower. It was the same for the Wizard Alliance. The gates of this city had been sealed for 3 whole days. Arcane guards could be seen on the city walls, and a transparent barrier had not disappeared since the start of the battle. The Wizard Alliance rejected all visitors. All of the great wizards had been summoned back, and they were urgently discussing how to deal with the disappearance of the weave. Gloria's spellcasting ability was recovering. She had learned about the Arcanists a long time ago, and now she just needed to go further and spend more energy. The disappearance of the weave had severely damaged all the wizards with intelligence below 20 points. With their talent, it was difficult for them to control spell energy. That was to say, a wizard with an intelligence of about 20 points and a spellcasting level of 6 or above could only cast a level 1 or 2 spell at most. And those wizards who were born with intelligence attributes of less than 16 points and had not reached the middle grade themselves, now it was difficult for them to even cast level 0 spells. Mordor City had also temporarily fallen into a state of semi-closure. The disappearance of the weave required a period of adaptation. The witches under Gloria's command needed to learn new knowledge. They needed to train their spirits and use them to control their magic energy without the weave's restraint. The strength of all the witches was reduced by more than 50%. Fortunately, Mordor City was not supported by the power of spellcasters. After these witches lost many of their abilities, they became the existence that was blessed and protected by Mordor City. Moreover, in just a few days, more and more witches had joined Gloria's ranks. The Eye of the North also sent a letter. The Northern Witch Council also had knowledge about the Arcanists. At present, they hoped that both sides would give up any prejudices in the past and share all the knowledge about the Arcanists' spellcasting. The Wizard Alliance also expressed this idea to Mordor City. They said that they also had some knowledge about the Arcanists. If Mordor City agreed, they would immediately send a great wizard to visit. The collapse of the weave forced the spellcasters of the whole world to start saving themselves. Fortunately, the second wave of the Avatar crisis had ended, and the new wave had not yet arrived, which gave the spellcasters a short buffer time. They had time to adapt to the days without the weave and study how to cast spells without the weave. Or else, they would have to face the demon army and the enemies of the past without the ability to cast spells. The disappearance of the weave made many wizards who were once high and mighty feel deeply uneasy. After losing their power, they could only rely on the golems and wizard towers to protect themselves. In just a few days, many wizards had been killed. Most of them were those who coveted their wealth and the enemies they had encountered in the past. In this case, the spellcasters who had no organization were the most miserable. Those who were protected by forces could hide in a safe place for a while. The magic lock of the Northern Witch Council had been closed for 3 days. The Wizard City was completely closed to the outside world. Princess Royal of Arendelle also sent a magic message to Soren. Now the spellcasters' organizations in the entire material plane were dealing with the problems after the collapse of the weave. Gloria's witches group increased rapidly. At the same time, the scattered wizards of the City of Wealth, Port Tylon, and Shipwreck Bay also rushed to Mordor City. They were seeking protection from Soren, and most of them were under Saruman's command. Without the weave, they might not even be able to defeat a middle-grade warrior. At this moment of life and death, the once high and mighty spellcasters had to bow their heads and seek refuge in organizations that could temporarily shelter them. The spellcasters of Mordor City had increased to 600 or 700. But even with so many spellcasters, Soren was now facing a problem. That was, only a small part of them had the ability to become Arcanists. Most of the spellcasters had to find other ways to restore their power. Finally, after a whole day of discussion, the Northern Witch Council, Arendelle's Ice Witches, the Mordor City Wizard Legion, the Wizard Alliance, and other organizations decided to share knowledge in the future. They must work together to solve the problem caused by the collapse of the weave. P.S. Second update. Seeking attention and recommendation tickets from the public account. Chapter 855. The Goddess of Magic and Lady of Night had an accident at the same time. Although it was not known whether the secret struggle between the two goddesses had an accident or something else had happened. However, the nerves of the gods were obviously nervous because this was the first time since the Avatar crisis that a greater divine power had an accident. Although gods had fallen in the past, they were all weak and weak. Although the Shadow Lord, who died in the hands of Soren, was a mid-level divine power, he was alone after all. But the Goddess of Magic and Lady of Night were different. Both of them were greater divine powers, and had a group of gods serving them. The weave and the shadow weave collapsed at the same time. Two greater divine powers disappeared together, and all believers and priests could not get their response. The Church of Lady of Night was a little better. After all, there were many other professions, but the fate of the organization serving the Goddess of Magic was very tragic. Because there were too many spellcasters, the collapse of the weave directly led to a great reduction in power. Many evil gods who once had a grudge against the Goddess of Magic were secretly moving. But at this time, many other gods also stood up. The Lady of Silvermoon was the first god to stand up publicly to shelter the believers of the Goddess of Magic. In a sense, she was also the mother of the Goddess of Magic. Without her struggle with Lady of Night, there would be no Goddess of Magic. With the Lady of Silvermoon taking the lead, the rest was much easier. Many good gods temporarily sheltered the Church of the Goddess of Magic. Even the Goddess of Love, who had always been casual, stood up. The mother gods in this world were still relatively powerful. After all, the existence of the Goddess of Magic was very special. Many gods needed to rely on the faith network of the weave. So after she disappeared, many people were looking for her. Even the gods who did not have a good relationship with her would contribute a little, because the gods had cut off their connection with the divine kingdom. If they could not even connect to the faith network, their power would be too weak. Recently, there were many more spellcasters in Moda City. Not only members from the Northern Witch Council, but also the top members of the Wizard Alliance and Arendelle's Ice Witches. Spellcasters, who were rarely seen in the past, began to appear more often now, and most of them were in a hurry. Many of them lived directly near the library in Moda City. Mordor City was on high alert during this period of time. Any slight disturbance might lead to interrogation by the guards. The number of guards patrolling the port area was also 50% higher than before. How's the progress? Soren went to the war chest plane for a bit. After he came back, he immediately went to Gloria's laboratory and asked, "What are the results of your research so far?" There was a pile of books in front of Gloria. Next to her were the fallen witch and Alice, both of whom looked exhausted. The collapse of the weave made them feel a little haggard. A little. Gloria put down the book in her hand and said slowly, "At present, through the communication with the Northern Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance, we found that the biggest difference between the spellcasting of the Arcane Empire and the current spellcasting is the analysis of spell models. During the time of the Arcane Empire, most spellcasters completely construct spell models. This will slow down their learning speed, but it will give them a deeper understanding of spells. But today's spellcasting relies on spells. Some low-level wizards who are not talented enough can't complete the construction of spell models at all. They can only rely on repeated meditation and spells to form a spell model with the help of the weave. The weave was a connector and a storage device. Soren knew this for a long time because the spell slots he mastered were stored on the weave. If a wizard did not change the spell stored in the spell slot, he could regain the spell with a little meditation. This convenience allowed many wizards with insufficient talent to gain the ability to cast spells, but it also made them dependent on it. Many wizards' spell slots were fixed, and the spells stored in them may not be changed for a long time. With their calculation and understanding ability, They did not fully understand the structure of spell models. Spell models, huh? Soren couldn't help but think back to when he first learned spells. He didn't seem to understand the spells much. Perhaps it was an innate belief that the weave would collapse sooner or later. So Soren started learning spells by constructing spell models. Most of the low-grade magi started with meditation and incantations. Some didn't even know what spell models were. They relied entirely on repeating contact incantations to communicate with the weave, and finally mastered the most basic level, 0 cantrips. Gloria took out a blueprint and showed it to Soren, then said, "Our current test results show that after leaving the weave, most wizards have lost the ability to cast high-level spells. With their intelligence, they can't complete the construction of high-level spell models on their own. The weave provides the convenience of storage and allows magi to obtain more spells. But now that the weave has collapsed, the storage function of the weave has been lost. If a wizard wants to regain the ability to cast spells, they have to memorize spell models again. We've already tested a portion of them. After reconstructing the spell models, more than 50% of the witches were able to cast low-level spells. However, this is only limited to the low-level spells that they have mastered. Normal spellcasters don't have enough memory and understanding. Apart from a few talented wizards, the rest can only recover 3 to 5 types of low-level spells. Any more and it'll be beyond their abilities. However, the test results also showed an interesting phenomenon. After leaving the weave, spellcasters are no longer limited by spell slots. The key to determining how many spells they can cast is their spiritual force and their own mana. Their spellcasting level did not decrease. Our preliminary test results show that a mid-level or high-level wizard who has lost all his other spells can cast Fireball continuously more than 10 times after memorizing the spell model. The number of times they can cast spells is not much different from the number of spell slots they had in the past. Soren couldn't help but fall into silence after hearing this. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and said, "Simply put, the only difference is that their mana has not decreased. The only difference is that without the weave, they are unable to master many spells. But the spells that they have mastered can be cast many times with their original strength?" The Fallen Witch also raised her head at this time and nodded, "Yes. The results of our research with the Wizard Alliance is that most of the mid-level and low-level wizards do not have the ability to become arcanists. This means that if the weave is not restored, they will only be able to memorize a few spells in their lifetime. They can cast these spells repeatedly like warlocks. However, if they memorize too many spell models and their own memory and comprehension are not enough, I'm afraid that it will cause a serious backlash. They will only be able to become a single type of spellcaster in the future. All the test results show that only those who are extremely talented can cast spells freely like arcanists." Soren was stunned after hearing this. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The era of blue spellcasting has finally arrived. The old spellcasters have fallen to the mortal world. In the future, apart from the geniuses who have the talent to become arcanists, the other spellcasters will only be able to become a single type of canon. The weave was a storage device. Now that they didn't have this storage device, it would be very difficult for them to memorize the complicated spell models with the brains of ordinary people. The only thing they could do now was to try their best to memorize the few spells that they were most familiar with. Chapter 856. After the collapse of the magic network. Originally, the one-time memory of the wizards with the help of the magic network storage device had to become permanent memory, because there were no more spell slots to help them preserve these completed spell models. There was a little detail here. In the past, it took the longest time for wizards to memorize the spell slots. After completing the memory of the spell slots, as long as the spell was cast in the future, it would take very little time to refill the spell slots. Even wizards with poor talent could completely memorize all the spells stored in the spell slots in 8 hours at most. This was one of the biggest functions of the magic network. Now that it had lost this function, many wizards had to complete the structure of these spell models independently. The only fortunate thing was that the strength of these spellcasters was still there. That was The most basic power of the will and the mana accumulated through meditation were still there. For example, Gloria showed Soren an example. A mid-grade magus by the name of Corral. His talent was not high. It was estimated that his intelligence was barely 18 to 20 points, including the profession bonus. His original spellcasting level was around level 8. After the collapse of the magic network, he completely lost all his spells. However, after the test in Mordor City and the Wizard Alliance, he remastered the most basic level 1 spell, Arcane Missile, through continuous practice. At present, this was the only level 1 spell he could cast. In the case of only being able to remember to cast this spell, he could cast Arcane Missile more than 30 times in a row before exhausting his power. This meant that his original ability had not disappeared. It was just that he had lost the magic network and could no longer master other spells. For a long time in the future, he would only be able to cast some very low-level spells. What are you going to do now? Soren frowned and looked at the results of the test carried out by Gloria and others. He slowly said, "There are still many wizards who can't cast spells. We must solve this problem as soon as possible. At least let them protect themselves." Gloria nodded and said, "I know. So the result of our discussion is to let them re-memorize the spells they are most familiar with and most commonly used. At present, we can only let them learn warlock techniques, and through repeated practice, they will be able to master spells again. However, in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult for these people to learn new spells. The types of spells they have mastered may be even less than warlocks. Warlocks relied on their innate ability to cast spells. After the collapse of the Weave, the high and mighty spellcasters would only be able to grasp a few spells through constant communication, unless they met the requirements to become arcanists. The Weave also existed during the Arcane Empire. A large number of low-ranked spellcasters relied on the Weave to cast spells. However, arcanists generally avoided the Weave, and if one advanced to become a great arcanist, there would be no problem with the Weave. How's the great Taoist master? Soren thought for a moment and asked. Did the Archmage's spellcasting abilities decrease? The one who answered him was the Fallen Witch. She slowly said, the great wizard's abilities didn't decrease too much. With their talent and understanding of magic, even without the Weave, they would be able to cast most magic. However, there will definitely be some effects. The effects they received should be similar to ours. They need to memorize all the spells again. The Fallen Witch's innate ability was astonishing. She could rely on a person's memory to dismantle and reassemble such a complicated, elemental furnace. Her memory and comprehension were simply at the level of a scientist. The great wizards were all spellcasters who had advanced to become legends. Their innate abilities were outstanding. Even if the Weave collapsed, they could easily memorize all the spells. This was something worth rejoicing over. After the collapse of the Weave, although the lower-ranked wizards were heavily injured, the wizards above the legend rank weren't affected too much. Then what about your current strength? Soren thought for a moment and asked. Do you think your strength has decreased or increased? Gloria frowned and hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, I'm not too sure. However, one thing is certain. After the collapse of the Weave, the spells we can use have become much more flexible. Although the original spell slots provided convenience for spellcasters, it also limited the abilities of those with outstanding innate abilities. In the past, when we used spells, we had to limit ourselves to the contents of the spell slots. But now, we can use all the spells we know at will. The only way we can use spells is by our spiritual force and mana. Before our mana and spiritual force are exhausted, we can use spells at will. We haven't tested it yet, so I'm not sure if our strength has decreased or increased. Moreover, the convenience of the Weave makes it easier to use spells. After leaving the Weave, according to our preliminary calculations, the total number of spells we can use should have decreased by around 30%. The Weave was a framework, but it was also a restriction. A first circle spell slot could only store first circle spells. Although the usage was maximized, the framework was still there. No one could escape the restrictions of the goddess of magic. Now that the Weave had collapsed, without this framework, there was no longer this convenience. Relying on one's own ability to use the weave would definitely not be able to compare to it, so the total number of spells they could use had decreased. Of course. Unless one only remembered first circle spells, the number of spells they could use would increase exponentially. This was because all the second circle spell slots had been converted into first circle spells. How long will it take for these spellcasters to recover their combat strength? Soren asked the most important question. Gloria pondered for a long time before saying, "It's hard to say. Now it depends on their innate abilities. I estimate that in about a month, most of the spellcasters will recover some spells. But some of them may only be able to use level 0 spells in the future." Without the weave, the reality was cruel. Spellcasters who were not geniuses or quasi-geniuses would be able to use level 0 spells in the future. The existence of the weave naturally had its reasons. The age of thorium was so glorious, but after the death of the first goddess of magic, it was destroyed in history. An arcane civilization could not be supported by the geniuses at the top. If magic was to be popularized, it had to rely on the power of the weave. If the weave could not be restored, the current batch of spellcasters would be slightly better off. From now on, without the help of the weave, it would be much more difficult for anyone to become a wizard. Soren conservatively estimated that they would need at least 18 points of intelligence to become wizard apprentices and master the lowest level, 0 spells. After that, they would be able to learn first circle spells when they reached level 4. Note: because wizards can only reach 20 points of intelligence when they reach level 4. The current batch of wizards had accumulated experience and training in the past, so most of their intelligence had already reached 20 points due to their profession level. In the future, the number of wizards would plummet. Without the weave, if it could not be restored or replaced, then the age of chaos would gradually arrive. In the end, the number of spellcasters would become fewer and fewer. Chapter 857. Chidian's backend was going crazy. Fu 2 had already changed the chapter after the repetition yesterday. Those who had already subscribed did not need to subscribe again. The content had already been changed to the third chapter. The new backend was not very useful. Everyone please bear with it. Fu 2 would not deliberately repeat the chapter, otherwise, I would have already activated the anti-piracy function. That's all. Chapter 858. A civilization couldn't be supported by a few people. For example, although Motor City had a lot of very sophisticated alchemy technology, the only thing that could be popularized was the magic street lamps. But even just the magic street lamps required a group of low-grade wizards to check and maintain them regularly. As for the golem factories, which had more advanced alchemy technology, there were more than 2 digits of spellcasters for daily maintenance. Usually, if there was any damage to the golem puppets, these things all needed low-grade spellcasters to do. It could be said that without these low-grade spellcasters, Gloria wouldn't have enough time and energy to study. The same principle could be applied everywhere. Cutting-edge experiments could rely on the power of geniuses, but popularization and maintenance required a lot of low-grade manpower. The collapse of the magic net meant that the difficulty of Soren's plan for the floating city skyrocketed. Losing a large number of low-grade wizards would make it difficult to maintain the floating city in the future. This was the same in other civilizations. Scientists discovered a lot of important knowledge, but in the end, countless workers and scholars were needed to promote the overall process of the civilization. The collapse of the magic net was a sign of the end of the era. Looking at the long history of the multiverse, most of the times that could be called interstellar civilizations relied on the magic net to establish themselves. Otherwise, wizards would be the representatives of mystery. Although there weren't many wizards in the material plane, because of the magic net, wizards could be seen in almost every town. But if there was no magic net in the future, it would be difficult to see wizards even in big cities. Da-da-da. Soren sat in the hall and pondered. He frowned slightly and murmured, "The magic net collapsed in the end. In this case, What about my plan for the floating city? The power of the magic net was controlled by the goddess of magic. If possible, Soren didn't want to see the magic net disappear because the era without the magic net was a sad era. Where is the goddess of magic now? Did she fall? Soren looked out of the window and whispered, "If the goddess of magic falls, the new successor can regain control of the power of the magic net. Similarly, the magic net will be repaired. In the current situation, should I implement Plan B or Plan C? The fall of the goddess of magic was inevitable in the original history. Although Soren had helped the goddess of magic survive the first crisis, he was still unable to prevent the collapse of the magic net. The only thing he could do was to ensure that the goddess of magic was still alive even though she was missing. The collapse of the weave was one of the most critical factors in the Avatar crisis. That was why Soren had a backup plan a long time ago. Helping the goddess of magic was Plan A that Soren had prepared, and it seemed like Plan A had failed, because the weave had already disappeared. Soren was a person who was used to acting after making up his mind. Of course, he didn't only have one plan. He had two other backup plans. For example, Plan B. In Soren's original plan, if the goddess of magic couldn't escape the fate of death, then he would turn around and help the Silvermoon Lady obtain the power of the goddess of magic. Because the Lady of Silvermoon was one of the creators of the goddess of magic, she could replace the goddess of magic to repair the divine network. Of course. Other than that, Soren also had a Plan C. This plan was much bolder, and he only thought of it after advancing to the mid-level divine power. Because the current goddess of magic, Midnight, used to be just an ordinary witch. She became a god because she inherited the power of the goddess of magic. If Soren had enough cards up his sleeve, he might be able to try to help someone get the priesthood of the goddess of magic. For example, Gloria or Fallen Witch. The difficulty of Plan C was extremely high, but it wasn't completely impossible. Anything could happen in the time of troubles. There were many mortals who became gods in the original history. It was naturally not impossible to seize the priesthood of the goddess of magic from the hands of the gods. But if Soren did this, he would have to face too many enemies. After all, this was a priesthood of greater divine power. And, to be honest, Gloria or Fallen Witch's abilities were not enough to control the power of the goddess of magic. There was only one way for Gloria to obtain the priesthood of magic. Soren could seize the power of the priesthood and transfer it to her, allowing her to become a god as a mortal. The weave. The shadow weave. Soren frowned as he pondered. He seemed to be hesitating as he muttered, "I have the priesthood of shadow, and I am an arcanist. Then, can I try to obtain or create something similar to the shadow weave?" Soren didn't dare to think about the real shadow weave. But if it was the shadow weave, Soren felt that there was a slight possibility. After all, his control over the shadow plane was very strong. And when Mistress Night first created the shadow weave, it was limited to the Underdark. Mistress Night wasn't a pure spellcaster. She was an ancient god, and her profession was closer to that of a rogue. She had many similarities with Soren. Mistress Night's profession must be mentioned. She was rogue, shadow dancer, assassin, warlock, and shadow manipulator. And Soren's current profession was rogue, shadow dancer, wizard, and arcanist. Wasn't it very similar? That's right. Soren and Mistress Night's professions were very similar. It could even be said that they were of the same school. The biggest difference was that Mistress Night was a warlock spellcaster, while Soren was a wizard spellcaster. Perhaps Soren was still far from reaching Mistress Night's level of ability, but what if it was just a small area of the shadow weave? With the power of the Shadow priesthood and the ability of the shadow plane, could Soren build a small area of the shadow plane that covered the vicinity of Mordor City? It was very possible. The more Soren thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, he still lacked the most important part, and that was to obtain a priesthood related to magic, the shadow weave, and the mystery plane. He must first obtain such a priesthood before he could try to imitate the shadow weave. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to succeed. The existence of the shadow weave relied on the power of the priesthood. Without a priesthood related to magic, Soren didn't even have the basic ability to build a magic network. P.S. That's all for today. Next, you have to think about it. Chapter 859. The collapse of the shallow weave did not affect Soren much. However, the collapse of the faith network had a very serious impact on Soren. With the collapse of the faith network, Soren's workload of responding to the prayers of the believers suddenly increased several times. Soren's intention to get involved with the shadow weave was to establish his own faith network in the future. Otherwise, it would not be a good way to collect faith with the help of the outside world. Soren did not like to be controlled by others. The power that could be controlled by oneself was the most effective. A week passed in the blink of an eye. The research led by the Wizard Alliance, the Northern Witch Council, the Arendelle Ice Witches, and the city of Mordor finally began to show results. Many adepts had already mastered the spells they were most familiar with through repeated practice. As for how much strength they could recover in the future, it depended on their individual talent and hard work. Speaking of which, after the collapse of the weave, a good thing happened. That was, a benchmark to measure the talent of a wizard had appeared. In the past, everyone used the power of the weave to cast spells. It was like a group of students studying at the same time. Their IQs were similar without special tests. At most, some people studied better and some studied worse. Some were more serious and some were more lazy. But after the collapse of the weave, everyone's talent had a direct measurement, and all of a sudden, all the geniuses among the wizards were distinguished from ordinary people. These quasi-geniuses or genius-level spellcasters easily memorized the spell models and gradually became qualified to become arcanists. After the disappearance of the weave, such geniuses continued to emerge. In the beginning, everyone used the power of the weave to cast spells. Even if there was a gap in intelligence, the difference was only the number of spell slots mastered and the speed of learning spells. It was not a very obvious benchmark. Now that the weave had disappeared, most of the geniuses stood out, and these people had become the key to many forces. Even the city of Mordor had 2 or 3 witches with innate intelligence above 20. These people were all accepted as apprentices by Gloria, ready to train them into future arcanists. At this time, in the council hall of Mordor City, Soren, Gloria, Saruman, Fallen Witch, and others sat together. What? Gloria froze for a moment after hearing Soren's words. She then murmured, "You mean? Are you going to open a school in Mordor? Not an aristocratic school? Is it a completely universal school?" As soon as Gloria's voice fell, everyone else's expression was a little surprised. The level of knowledge in this world was very low. It belonged to the most standard elite education model. Knowledge was always in the hands of the upper echelons of society. Ordinary civilians would find it difficult to even be literate. Some people could barely write their own names in their entire lives. Only merchants, nobles, and professionals could grasp more knowledge. In fact, many commoners joined the churches of the gods because the churches would also impart knowledge to the commoners. Yes, Soren had wanted to do this for a long time, but now he felt that the time was right. He looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "I'm going to open a school." Because of the collapse of the magic network, the number of spellcasters in Mordor City has suddenly increased. In the past, there were not so many scholars to impart knowledge in Mordor City, but now there are so many wizards in Mordor City. Even if many spellcasters are not strong, the knowledge they have accumulated is very valuable. Mordor City needs a lot of talents in the future. Not only talents with the potential to become wizards, but also talents in other aspects. I'm going to try a new model. You can call it assembly line production. Let those ordinary people who are not talented enough master a certain part of a certain job. Through repeated practice, they will become more proficient. Finally, the whole process will be composed of different divisions of labor. The knowledge of wizards was far beyond other professions. Today there were many low-grade wizards in Mordor City. They retained less than 30% of their spellcasting ability, but the knowledge accumulated in the past did not disappear. If he didn't use them, would Soren raise them for nothing? As long as they took turns teaching, Even if a person only taught for one day in a week, it was enough to teach ordinary people a lot of things. Alchemy was not all done by spells. The factory of the magic network puppet also needed a lot of low-level labor, including polishing the parts of the golems, assembling the structure of the golems, arranging the rune routes, and so on. These parts could be done by ordinary people. If a production line could be formed, then wizards only needed to be responsible for the most important activation and charging parts. I'm not going to open a school for nobles. Soren saw that the others still didn't understand, so he slowly explained. In short, you can think of it as a technical school. Except for the simplest knowledge of words, all the other categories are to learn some kind of technology. Such a school doesn't take too long to specialize. It will take a few months to a year or so. The students there can master one kind of technology, and then directly go to work in various positions in Mordor City. In this way, even ordinary families in Mordor City can afford it. Why was the prevalence of knowledge in the material plane so low? To a large extent, it was because ordinary families simply couldn't afford a labor force that could not bring any income to the family. That was why knowledge would circulate among merchants and noble families. What Soren wanted to do was to shorten this cycle. At present, Mordor City was under rapid construction, and low-end labor had gradually been replaced by golems. What he needed now was more technical labor. In this way, opening a technical school had become a very important part. A technical school with a learning period of half a year to a year could provide a steady stream of low-end and middle-end talents with a mastery of water conservancy, forging, engineering, alchemy, and other professions for Mordor. It was even more straightforward. At present, Mordor City no longer needed coolies. What Soren needed were workers. That's right. Workers, workers, workers. Important things must be said 3 times. The purpose of Soren's school was to train workers to meet the needs of a large number of low-end technical labor in the floating city in the future. Speaking of this, Soren paused, then looked at Saruman in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Regarding alchemy technology, everyone has seen the results of your research. So, I'll arrange for someone to do the specific construction of the school, but you'll still be the dean. If it's a preliminary plan, I'm going to recruit about 3,000 students from Mordor City. After graduation, these people will go directly to work in the arsenal, laboratory, and city hall of Mordor City. Gloria needed to be responsible for studying the floating space tower, Fallen Witch's focus was on the elemental furnace, and Alice was responsible for the golem factory. Soren naturally couldn't manage the school himself. So at present, the only person in Mordor City who had the energy to be the dean was probably Saruman, who was only in charge of an alchemy laboratory. Training workers was only the most basic plan. If this academy could really be set up, Soren would have even more talents to cultivate in the future. The professional academy had long been one of his ideas. Otherwise, there would be too many things to consider, and the investment would be too great. He had already begun to plan for it. Some things must be considered in the current actual situation. Taking the residents of Mordor City as the standard, the family support to train a skilled worker was already the limit. It couldn't be helped. The foundation of the material plane was still too low. The whole thing was just the productivity at the end of the Middle Ages. Soren wanted to directly promote the education model of the modern period, which would probably require Mordor City to bear a considerable part of the financial expenses. A conservative estimate of hundreds of thousands of Kindler was indispensable. At present, he only hoped to see results as soon as possible. P.S. The first update. Today is the 3rd update. Chapter 860. Mordor City. Hammerstone Tavern. As a newly built tavern, the Hammerstone Tavern was not very lively, far less than other high-end taverns in Port Mordor. However, there was also a benefit of the tavern here, that was, there were regular customers from military camps and munitions factories. Especially the Grey Dwarves of Mordor City, they liked the high-alcohol liquor here very much. Compared with other taverns, the Hammerstone Tavern was cheap. The wine glass was the size of a clay bowl, so most of the guests here were from the middle and lower levels of Mordor City. Today, there were a lot of guests in the Hammerstone Tavern. However, unlike the bustle of the past, today's Hammerstone Tavern was full of whispers. Have you heard? The higher-ups are going to set up an academy. I heard that there are no requirements for admission. As long as you have a Mordor residence permit, you can enter. And you don't need to pay any tuition. I heard that the great Sauron is going to let those noble wizards be teachers in person. Not knowing when it started, Sauron in Mordor City was no longer just called Sauron, sir. More and more people began to use the word great to describe Sauron's achievements. Because all these changes were closely related to their lives, the lower-class civilians were actually very easy to be satisfied. They would remember who made their lives better and better. I know. I just heard about it today. A bearded man took a sip of wine and said, "The city hall revealed the news early in the morning. But it's not all wizards. The city hall is recruiting other scholars and craftsmen as teachers. It is said that the Mordor Academy specializes in teaching some skills. But it's not completely free. The academy has fees, but if your family is in trouble, you don't have to pay first. After graduation, these tuition fees can be slowly paid off through work. As long as you can work in Mordor City, you can pay off the tuition fees in half a year at most." As a primitive era. At present, the material plane was still implementing the apprenticeship system, which was similar to ancient China. Even an ordinary craftsman apprentice would need 3 to 5 years to complete their apprenticeship, and during this period, they would be free labor. In this era, a good craftsmanship could support a person for a lifetime. The ceremony of apprenticeship was very complicated in all aspects. It was also very common for apprentices to be beaten and scolded. Sometimes, if they met a bad master, it could take them more than 10 years to earn a living. Although Sauron did not open a professional college, the current system in Mordor City was already changing the rules of reality. It could be said that as long as this academy system was established, the simple and primitive apprenticeship system in other places in the material plane would basically disappear from Mordor City, and the cultivation of talents would be more efficient. I know. The other man continued. My nephew is about the same age. I've always wanted him to be a sailor, but he doesn't like drifting on the sea. I'm going to let him go in and learn something. I can also have an official job in Mordor City in the future. It's good that he can learn some useful skills at his age. Not everyone was qualified to be a professional. And being a professional was not as good as ordinary people thought, because professionals had to face more dangers. Many parents still wanted their children to live an ordinary life, not to join the army or drift on the sea. Mordor City now provided a lot of job opportunities, but there were very few capable people. Most of them were low-end coolies who sold labor. They used to be useful, but now there were more and more golems in Mordor City. These simple labor could be replaced by golems. At present, Mordor City needed more skilled talents. Yeah, I think so too. I'm going to send my son to learn how to build a ship. Mordor City is overseas. If you know how to build a ship, you don't have to worry about not having enough food to eat. I just don't know what Mordor City is going to teach at present. This time it was a tall and thin man who answered. But a man who looked like a patrol sergeant sitting behind them said in a low voice. Not only that, I heard that Mordor City is going to select talents from the whole city, who have the qualifications to become wizards and other professions this time. If your nephew can pass the test, tisk tsk. That's great. They will definitely be the new rich of Mordor City in the future. Hearing this person's words, several other people could not help but be startled. Then they said in surprise, really? Although the magic network had collapsed. But for ordinary people, wizards were still a high existence. Just look at the wizard Sauron first faced in Amber City. In the eyes of ordinary people, wizards were almost the same as nobles. If someone in the nephew's generation could really become a wizard, then the status of the whole family could be improved in a straight line, and the future would definitely be much brighter. I still have a few nephews in Shipwreck Bay. Do you want to bring them here? It doesn't matter if they have talent or not. It won't take much time to go back and forth anyway. It was not a trivial matter to have a wizard in a family. In the past, Most of the wizards were passed down internally. Very few people would spend a lot of effort to choose from ordinary people, because becoming a wizard required knowledge as a foundation. A person who didn't even know how to read, even if they had high intelligence, could not learn spells at all. So in the past, there was no lack of people with wizard talent who were buried. Now that the magic network had collapsed, there was a very clear standard to measure. That was, if the innate intelligence did not reach more than 18 points, they would not be able to brew a trace of mana at all. In this way, it would be much easier to select the top talents. There was a lot of discussion in the tavern. However, the most talked about topic was the recently established Mordor Academy. No matter what it was like inside, Soren's every move had already involved the thoughts of everyone in Mordor City. Everything that Soren had done in the past had already proved himself. The lower-class civilians were almost blind to Soren. When they heard that Soren was going to establish the academy, they immediately thought that it was a very promising thing. So now many people in Mordor City were preparing to send their younger generation to the academy. Even if they did not have a son, they wanted to send the talented and smart people in their relatives. Invisibly, the most promising group of newcomers in Mordor City gathered together with Soren's words. How many talents could be born in the future? How stable the foundation of Mordor City would be. P.S. The second update. There is another update today. Chapter 861. The wind was howling. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the broken wall in front of them collapsed with a loud bang. Then, a tall mutated lizard man appeared in front of everyone, and a petite figure was wandering around it. This petite figure was so agile that only afterimages could be seen when she moved, but when she attacked, they could still vaguely hear a cat-like figure. Lulu, stop playing. The high priest stood calmly not far away. After a glance he slowly said, "Get rid of this guy. Let's continue to look for the entrance to the anti-magic prison." Meow. The petite figure landed on the ground and nodded. The next moment, 3 cold lights appeared. A terrible wound appeared on the lizardman's chest, and then it fell to the ground. If one looked carefully, one could see that a sharp blade had pierced its heart. Lulu's strength has improved very quickly. A pretty girl in a white priest robe walked out. She stroked Lulu's head lovingly and pinched her furry ears. "So cute," she said with a smile. Lulu didn't seem to like being pinched. She hid behind the high priest, looked at her and whispered, "Sister Milan's progress is really scary. Now she can use legendary divine spells." As she grew older, Lulu gradually began to show more characteristics of a werbeast. She had another combat form. After transforming into a werbeast, she would show a pair of sharp canine teeth. As a feline werbeast, Lulu's combat talent was very similar to that of a feline. It could be said that fighting was one of her instincts. Lulu received the training of an assassin like the drows. With the talent of a feline, she was a little bit successful. She's a saint priest. She's not the same as ordinary mortals. The high priest glanced at Milan. Facing the calm eyes of the high priest, Milan was obviously a lot more cautious. Then the high priest slowly said, "Although the purpose of this trip is to explore the pirate island, it's also one of the tasks to train your ability so that you can enter the realm of legends as soon as possible. Don't be careless. According to my senses, there should be a lot of dangerous creatures nearby." There weren't many dangerous creatures on Pirate Island. After entering the island, the high priest split up the team. Because the island was too big, they had to spread out in order to gather information as quickly as possible. Lulu and Milan were in her team. The other team was made up of Ugly Monkey and Giant. Because of the high priest's psychic field, there was no need to worry about communication issues. If anything happened, the other team could immediately rush over to help. As a top-notch spirit warlock, the high priest's ability was even more useful than the technology of the interstellar era. "High priest, we found a group of shark men." At this moment, Ugly Monkey's voice rang out in the psychic field. He seemed to be a little excited as he said, "We found a passage near the northern coast of the island." but the road has already sunk. I suspect that this is the entrance to the anti-magic prison. Anti-magic prison. This was the most important purpose of their trip. For Soren, the wealth of the pirate island was not important. There were many ways to make money in Mordor, but the alchemy technology in the prison was very important, especially the use and development of the magic lock. Don't go in. The anti-magic prison is definitely more dangerous than you think. Wait for us to come over. Hearing this, the high priest was shocked and immediately said, I have confirmed your coordinates. We will be there in about 15 minutes. Pay attention to those sharkmen, don't disturb them easily. This island had been occupied by mutated creatures. Most of the creatures seen so far were marine species and amphibious creatures. Because of the high energy radiation, the monsters here were very powerful. It was difficult to see creatures below the higher grade. However, because of the high energy radiation, the minds of these creatures were a little crazy. They were like crazy and bloodthirsty primitive creatures, and some of their characteristics were even like demons. They were full of aggression. This was similar to the indigenous people. Because of the energy radiation, the indigenous people in the outer islands were more irritable by nature. Compared to other species, they were very aggressive and violent. The high energy radiation would cause problems for the creatures. This was the same for the elementals because a group of angry wind elementals appeared in the Amazon tropical forest because of the divine power of the Storm Lord. At present, the Amazon female warriors were annoyed by these wind elementals. The high priest and the others rushed over. When they arrived, the drows had already followed. In front of them was a group of sharkmen with amazing physiques. Unlike other sharkmen, the eyes of these sharkmen were red. They were entrenched near the coast, and a group of underwater buildings could be seen. This was their lair. Inside the lair, there was a passage that led directly to a crack in the bottom of the sea. At present, it was uncertain whether it was the entrance to the anti-magic prison. During the Great Catastrophe, there were violent earthquakes here. The Arcane Empire not only dabbled in the field of souls, but even the magnetic field inside the plane was also within their scope of research. During the Great Catastrophe, the chain-type collapse directly caused the energy magnetic field to become chaotic. Then there were many earthquakes inside the entire material plane. Some directly caused a small piece of land to split from it, and then sink into the sea. The anti-magic prison was currently not visible on land. The biggest possibility was that it had sunk to the bottom of the sea because of the earthquake. Do you want to kill them all first? The giant's dull voice sounded, and he seemed to be eager to try. The high priest shook his head gently and said slowly, There's no need to kill them all. Leave the priests inside for me to interrogate. There should be something useful. Hearing the high priest's words, the giant smiled and licked his lips. Then he carried the huge and heavy anchor and walked forward. After this period of battle, the group of people had gradually gotten used to each other. The giant was a very qualified meat shield. Not only was his skin thick, but he was also tall and strong. He was first class in attracting hatred. Although there was no legendary wizard, because there was a level 30 psionic warlock, they might be more powerful than other legendary teams in a real battle. Because the high priest's psionic force field was already a kind of domain-type power, even in a battle, they could communicate instantly without any delay. Unless someone's ability was stronger than her and could interfere or break the psionic force field. Otherwise, they were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. PS Third Update. The public WeChat advertising girl has been restored. Everyone can tease her when you have time. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.